doop doop doo 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 doop doop doo 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 doop doop doo 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 doop doo doop doo 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 doop doo 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 doo. Dip 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 doo doo doo. Dip 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 doo doo. It's Sunday. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. Monster Jam. Which means tomorrow is Monday. You know how I feel about Mondays. Good afternoon, everybody. How are we doing today? I put on fake lashes. Who am I today? Somebody playing dress up. Sometimes it's fun to play dress up. Ain't nothing wrong with it. It's Sunday. We've got a fun presentation I put together. Fun presentation for you today. This one's a little bit more lighthearted. I'd even say it's even kind of cute. When you were young, did you ever read Choose Your Own Adventure books? I don't know about you, but I loved Choose Your Own Adventure books. So today, what we're going to talk about later is we're going to talk about our own lives, but we're going to talk about them as if it was a Choose Your Own Adventure book. So we've got a fun presentation today. This will be a fun one. But that's for later. For now, how you doing? How you doing? Tell the wheel how you feel. Tell it to the wheel. I had biscuits and gravy for breakfast, so I'm feeling pretty good. I'm also making dog food today. Got some chicken in a pot on the stove. I missed Born to Be Alive. Damn it, Junkie. What were you thinking? I'm just kidding. It's dog food day. Every once in a while, for my presentations and stuff, if it's a topic that's a bit more, like, unique, or a topic that's a bit more creative, sometimes I like to have proofreaders, or just people to review, like, go over the idea, take a look at the presentation, get some feedback. I'm feeling frightened and sorrow. Okay then, if you insist. Feeling happy today? Nice. Happy to hear it. Feeling peaceful? Got lunch prepped for the week, saw a movie last night and explored a neighborhood and I and my husband might move to, showered and getting ready to head to a meeting. Also sounds productive. I don't know if productive is on the wheel, but it should be. Or like capable. I know that these aren't like these aren't traditionally words you would describe as being an emotion, but they are a feeling. You know what I mean? Like to feel capable, to feel productive. Very nice. Good vibes in the air today. Good vibes in the universe today. We got a fun presentation. We're gonna take some questions. We got a couple things in the box already, but I'm gonna wait a little bit. We'll wait a little bit, wait for some more stuff to pop up. Doo-doo la poo with the 10 months. Why, thank you. Why, thank you. We've got a fun presentation today. I extrapolated on an idea that I had, you know, just one of the ways that I like to view my life. Because when I was young, I loved choose your own adventure books. So sometimes in my life, I feel like I'm at the end of a page and I need to decide, what page do I turn to? What choice do I want to make? So that's what we're going to talk about today. A different way to look at your life. Suga's going to a football game today. That sounds like a lot of fun. Sounds like a lot of fun. Even if you don't like sports, going to a game is fun. You know, just feel the energy in the crowd. You know, cheer along with people. Get into it. Do some socially acceptable yelling. It's a really important part of attending a sporting event. Not only can you yell, it's actually encouraged. So get it out. And my firm is paying for our food and 2 drinks. At a football game, no less. Hell yeah. Alright. Bye, Wheel. It's good to see you. Would you agree that golf is the worst sport to watch? Like, instead of discussing or arguing over what's the best sport to watch, can we all agree that golf is the worst? I'd have to be profoundly bored to be like, well, I guess I'll watch golf, you know? I love watching golf. 5 minutes in and I'm napping. Yeah, there you go. You can use it as a sleep aid. Curling? Curling is actually really fun to watch. Curling is one of my favorite sports to watch in the Winter Olympics. You know that all of the curling stones are harvested from the same place? There's only one place in the world that they get the stone to make regulation curling stones. Let me show you a little sidetrack real quick. All of the curling stones, all of the regulation curling stones, they come from the same island off of the coast of Scotland. It is the sole source of Olympic curling stone granite. Is there a picture of the surface of the island? I was hoping there would be a picture of the surface of the island, because if you look at the island like close up, you'll see there's just all these little like holes cut out of it. But yeah. They get it all from the same island. Not that you needed to know that, but now you do know that. So do with that what you will. It's your knowledge now. Take it or leave it. Interesting? Kind of. And it's a mildly interesting fact. Did you know that all Olympic curling stones are harvested from the same island off the coast of Scotland? I have Canadian friends who curl. I have Canadian friends who be like, yeah, I'm going to curling practice. I don't know if they are doing it still, but it's a thing. It's a thing they do. All right, I'm going to take a look in the question box. Let's see what we got. Let's take a look. This one actually came in last night after we wrapped up, so I'm hoping the person who put this in is around or they get a chance to hear it. They are looking for some helpful advice to overcome self-harming behaviors. I am sorry if you can't talk about this, but I was wondering what's the best way to stop cutting. First off, no apologies. You know the rules. Well, maybe you don't know the rules, but this is the rules. You apologize, you get a bonk. This is a no apology zone. Alright, so let's talk about self-harm for a minute. When you say the best way to stop cutting, there are the measurable ways that I would say, like, these are the best habits to replace it with. Like, objectively the best things that you could do instead. But that might not be what's best for you in this moment. There's a difference. I would say that in the long run, the best thing that you can do to replace that behavior is to find another healthy behavior, something that's not self-harming, something that's not self-destructive, something that gives you endorphins. Because that's part of why self-harm becomes such a reinforced habit, is because you might be dealing with, a high level of emotional stress, and it feels unmanageable. And so we channel that into physical stress, physical pain. And that we can deal with. That is more familiar to us. And it also gives us endorphins. And so it actually creates a sense of calm within us. Like after you go on a run and then you come back and you feel good. So my answer for what would the best way to replace these behaviors be? Healthy, meaningful movement, exercise. But for you, that might not be what's best for you at this point in time. For you, it might be finding a different way to channel those feelings. Some people will still engage in similar habits, but less destructive habits. So this would be like harm reduction. Some people will like snap themselves with rubber bands. Some people will draw lines on their skin. Some people will hold ice cubes. Something that's still like physically stimulating, maybe even a little painful, but it's not gonna leave a scar, it's not gonna leave a mark. So if you want to stop cutting, and it sounds like you do, and that's good, the way that you do that is to recognize those moments where you feel like this is something I want to do, and recognize that what your body is looking for right now is relief. It's looking for endorphins. And there are healthy ways to get endorphins that are not self-destructive. So I would recommend trying those techniques out instead. Find one that works for you. If you go online and you look at resources that talk about alternatives to self-harm, there are lots of lists of all sorts of different things you could try. I don't know what would be the best one for you because that is unique to you. You know, one recommendation for one person might work, for another person, it might not. And so that's why I can't say, like, what's best for you to start doing instead. Just any change is a good change, as long as you're switching to a healthier, less destructive habit. What's your opinion on the JonBenét Ramsey case? I haven't thought about the JonBenét Ramsey case in a long time. This happened in like the 90s. If you're not familiar with the JonBenét Ramsey case, a young child, she was, how old was she? Like 4, 5? She was young. She was like a child beauty pageant contestant, and she winds up murdered. And there was just a whole bunch of controversy over who did it because they never found out, or they never convicted anybody. I thought she was 3. Yeah, I don't remember. She was a kid. The parents definitely covered it up. So there's a lot of suspicion, a lot of mystery surrounding this case. Who actually did it? Was it the parents? Was it somebody else? And still to this day, you know, 30 years later, you'll still see tabloids. You go to the supermarket, you go to the grocery store, you'll see tabloids. Major break in the JonBenét Ramsey case. They still talk about it, at least in the United States. Hold on, I have an idea. I am not very informed in the JonBenét Ramsey case. Can you give me a brief summary and speculate on who the perpetrator might have been? She was 6. Found dead in the basement of her family's Boulder, Colorado home on December 26, 1996. Coroner ruled her death a homicide caused by strangulation and a skull fracture. Key evidence: a ransom note demanding $118,000 was found in the house. No clear signs of forced entry, but some believe a window in the basement could have been an entry point. The note was unusually long, written on paper from inside the house, and seemed to mimic a kidnapping scenario. DNA evidence found on JonBenét's clothing did not match family members or known suspects at the time. I'm having ChatGPT solve this case for me. Wrong, the glass went the wrong way in the basement. I know a lot about this case. That's taking up space in your brain. That's space in your brain that could be, how can I make myself happy? How can I... Like, no, I need to know all the details of a murder. I'm just messing with you. I'm just teasing. So who do they think did it? The two dominant theories are a family member staged the scene to cover up an accidental or deliberate act. An unknown intruder committed the crime and escaped undetected. I would say it was probably the first one. So they think it was the brother. How old was the brother at the time? The likelihood of some mysterious person just breaking into the house, murdering them, leaving a ransom note but not actually kidnapping the child. It's just like, what? The brother was like 7. Oh, so it could have even just been like young kids playing around in the basement. Something accidental happens. Something tragic. But then, like, why the why all that cover up? Why not just be like, oh my god, this is tragic, this is an accident? The parents just panic and they're like, we gotta protect our son. We don't want him to go to prison for murder. It's like... because you don't become famous that way. Yeah, let's become famous. Let's become famous by allowing people to speculate that we killed our own child. Fame at any cost. I didn't say it was right. I know, I didn't think you did. I was just saying, like, people are weird and people make weird decisions every day. Maybe they believe people will blame them. People do blame them. There are still a lot of people who are like, the parents did it. Even if they didn't do it, they helped cover it up. They wrote a ransom note inside their own house using their own paper. Thank you, ChatGPT, for this summary. My opinion is, it's tragic. Maybe someday we'll know what really happened. Abby, thank you for gifting that sub to Skeenerbug. This is a typo. It's not homophobia. It's heterophobia. Because homo means same. Hetero means different. He has different colored eyes. That means he has heterophobia. It's different. Parents were sus for having her to be a child pageant queen. Oh yeah, like people who put their children into child beauty pageants, you should be on a list. You should be on a list. Child beauty pageants. Who thought of that? Like, who came up with that terrible idea? Probably a pedophile. I mean, can you think of a child beauty pageant contest being invented by someone who wasn't a pedophile? Like, does a person who, like, does that even make sense? You know what I mean? Like, what kind of person comes up with that kind of shit? Somebody really fucking creepy. Oh, I've got more. I was checking through my question box questions. I'm like, oh, we're getting more cold case questions. Nice. Making me do true crime. We're doing true crime today. Hi, Joshua and chat. I am gay. Well, hi, gay. How's it going? Hope you're having a good day. Another day, another gay. Post-panic attack recovery suggestions? Had some major ones, and I'm just left feeling so emotionally spent and a bit hypervigilant after. It isn't allowing me to fully engage with other things or activities at the moment, so I'm feeling just stuck and scared. If you need to just chill, just chill. You know, if the things that you have to do can be postponed, that's okay. If you need time to recuperate, time to recover, take it. It's really important to take that time to rest and recover, because what ends up happening if you don't do that is you find yourself, you know, the stress builds up, and then we have a blowout. And then if we don't properly recover from that, the stress just continues. You just get caught in this cycle of being consistently overwhelmed. One of the things that I believe is really important after a panic attack is to look back at it and say, okay, what did I do to get through that? What helped? What didn't? You know, what can I do differently next time? What can I do to practice relaxing? What can I do to practice calming myself down? We actually talked about resilience training yesterday, and we talked about a lot of different exercises and techniques that you can do to build up your resilience. If you missed that one, we actually have the PDF posted in the Show Talk channel on the Discord. So it's got all those exercises in there, and a lot of those would also be really helpful as a sort of post-panic attack tool. Breathing exercises have helped me calm down lately. I've said it before, and I will continue to say it until I can't say it anymore. If you want to become better at calming down, at feeling peaceful, at lowering your anxiety, practice breathing. Look at every breath you take as a potential practice breath. When you breathe in a calm, relaxed way, it activates your parasympathetic nervous system. That is the part of your nervous system that makes you feel rested, that makes you feel relaxed. You have these two different parts of your autonomic nervous system. That's the part of your nervous system that's automatic, the part you don't control. You have your sympathetic and your parasympathetic nervous system. In a panic attack, your sympathetic nervous system is overloaded. That's why you panic. Because the sympathetic nervous system is the part of your nervous system that has the fight or flight response. It's the stress portion of your nervous system. But through your breathing, you can switch your body from being in stress mode into being into relaxed mode. I know, it sounds too good to be true, but it really is how your body works. Just take some time to practice it. Every breath you take is like a little bit of practice to get a little bit better at taking those mindful breaths. I feel like part of the reason why people don't think breathwork helps is because they only try to do it when they're really stressed. If you want to get better at breathwork, you gotta do it when you're just a little bit stressed. You know, maybe you're at a restaurant and they say, "Oh, we're actually out of that. You're gonna have to pick something else." That level of stress. You know, not like those do or die moments, but just a little bit of stress. You know, I spilled a little bit of milk on the counter. That level of stress. So like you force a body state to reset the panic button on the brain. The way that it works is by stimulating your vagus nerve. The vagus nerve is a major part of the parasympathetic nervous system. And the way that your breath does that is through the nerve endings that are connected to your bronchial tubes. When your bronchial tubes are engaged, as in I'm taking a big deep breath, that nerve ending that is connected to those tubes sends a signal to your heart to lower your heart rate. When your lungs are relaxed, as in there's no air in them, it actually increases your heart rate and it motivates you to take another breath. And so breathing is this cycle of sympathetic, parasympathetic, sympathetic, parasympathetic. But when you take a big, slow, deep, relaxing breath, you spend more time activating the relaxed portion of your nervous system and less time activating the anxiety part of your nervous system. The part of your brain that feels and produces feelings of anxiety, it looks to many different parts of your body to determine that mood state. How fast am I breathing? How fast is my heart rate going? Am I contracting muscles, getting ready for action? Or can I just chill and digest my food? There are other things you can do, questioner. You know, it's okay to distract yourself. It's okay to have fun. It's also a good idea to talk to a friend. You know, have some positive, healthy socialization. You know, if you are the type of person who has panic attacks, I just want you to know that you can change your relationship with them. They don't have to be as interfering in your life as they are right now. My mental health is really struggling. I've written in about my grief losing my mother in April and my great aunt 4 months later. It's helped. I'm glad to hear that. When my mom died, I took in her cat and dog. Now my dog, is 6, and Wednesday she needed surgery to get a melanoma tumor removed and dental work. She ended up getting 16 teeth removed. She is okay and recovering, but she is confused, scared, and basically just looks so sad. Poor doggy. I got a puppy in the beginning of November and he is kicking my ass. I'm sleep deprived. I'm trying to crate train him, and his whining and barking are so loud it's overstimulating. I get mad way more than I should. He brings me joy. I love him, but holy shit, I'm so busy with him. It helps and hurts my mental health. Like, I stay busy, but I also just want to isolate and sleep for 10 years. See, that's the thing about getting a puppy. They're not gonna let you do that. This is one of the reasons why getting a pet sometimes is good for your mental health. Especially like a cat. Like, if you want to just stay in bed all day, cat's not gonna let you. The cat's gonna come sit on you and stare at you and say, hey, food bowl. It's gonna start biting you. It's gonna start chewing on you. Like, hey, feed me or I'm gonna eat you. Puppies are definitely a handful, but the good news is that they'll grow out of that phase. That early stage of having a puppy, it's very demanding. It's like having a baby. The crying, the pooping, the peeing, the puking, your sleep schedule's thrown out of whack. It's like having a newborn. Except maybe worse because a newborn doesn't have razor sharp teeth. You know what I'm talking about, those little puppy teeth? Those things will get you. I'm usually not a crier. Not in I think I'm tough or cool for it. I'm tough or cool for it. But I usually cannot cry unless I am hormonal. But something broke when my mom died, and I'm just sad or angry a lot of the time. Recently, with everything going on, it is just getting to be too much. When I'm alone, I just cry. Everything feels pointless. I'm not suicidal. I do not want my mom's animals to lose their mom again. But when I was 9, my aunt committed suicide a year after my grandmother died, and I just never understood until I lost mine. It's just so incredibly hard living without her in my life. I just want to call her and tell her how her babies are doing. I wish I could send her the cute photos of them. I was terrified my dog would die in surgery because I don't want to lose pieces of my mom. Holidays and her birthday are coming up, and I just wanted to crawl in a hole and not see anyone. know what I find, like, I'm sorry you're feeling this way, you know? Because this is tough. But you're gonna get through it. You're gonna get through it. You're gonna be all right. One of the things that I find helpful whenever I'm missing someone that's gone, I just try to channel their energy. I try to feel their presence. I try to let them see the world through my eyes. I just try to, you know, believe in something bigger than me. Believe that the people who we love don't really go anywhere. They're still here with us. That's the way I like to feel. That's the way I like to handle these feelings. You know, invite them in. Invite them to, you know, I find it to bring me peace. I find it that it really helps me to process these feelings. I'm like, let them view the world through your eyes. Just invite them in, channel that energy, feel that presence. What you might find is that it's almost like they're right there. It's almost like you feel it. Just try to feel how they made you feel. That's all you gotta do. How did it feel when you were with them? Invoke that feeling. And it's like they never left. My home life is falling behind because I only have the mental capacity to make sure my animals are fed and loved. Me and my husband have been taking a tea break from weed. My insomnia is back. I have barely any appetite, and I'm just irritable. My husband works, and I'm currently unemployed. Well, right now you're a dog parent, full-time. You're busy raising a puppy. That's a job. I feel obligated to take on most of the housework, along with having to take care of the puppy and my other animals. He helps, but his mental health isn't that good. He hates his job, and he overworks himself to the point that he is having mental breakdowns multiple times a week. Does he have anybody to talk about it? If he's having mental breakdowns multiple times a week, does he have someone that he can go to talk about this? Because this doesn't sound sustainable and it doesn't sound healthy. I've tried to get him to ease up, but he goes in 30 minutes early every day and doesn't take a lunch and will sometimes work past 5. He just refuses to change what he's doing. Then where's that gonna take him? Like, where does he see this taking him? This isn't sustainable. But it's like, is he trying to prove to himself that he can take it or that he can make it work? Because it's not working. Like, he doesn't have to prove anything to anybody. He needs to take care of himself so that he can take care of his family. You see this a lot in men where they become so engrossed in their role as like a worker, a provider, and they neglect themselves. I've seen so many men who will literally just work themselves to death and never talk to anybody about it. So please do something about that. I'm kind of talking to him, even though he's not here. Like, break that cycle, brother. He probably knows men in his life that worked until the day they died. It might have been his father, his grandfather. He knew somebody. I've known people like that. Worked up until the day they died. You don't have to be that. You don't have to. You gotta take care of yourself. Life is for living, it's not for working. He just refuses to change what he's doing. He might not know how. He might not know how. But talking to somebody about it could help him figure out what to do. So it might not be that he doesn't want to change, he might just not know how to change. Or change might be frightening. Change is frightening. Even if it's good change, it's still scary to us. Because it's different, it's unknown. But things can get better. I beg him to see a therapist because I'm just not a professional and I don't know how to help him. If he needs somebody to help sell him on the idea of therapy, I would be happy to help. I'm not a replacement for therapy, but I feel like one of the things I'm pretty good at is selling people on the idea of therapy and recognize how it can help them. So if that's something you'd want to talk about more, just let me know. Just let me know, because it's like, do you want to be happier in your life? Do you want your partner to be happier? Do you want to know more love, know more peace, know more balance? Therapy can help with that. One time a crisis hotline person told him he should leave me because I don't support him enough, because I push him to seek therapy, and that stuck with me, and now I feel like I lack as a wife when I can't help him. Okay. I want to take something and I want to just make sure that it goes very distinctly and very clearly into your head. This person had no fucking idea who you were. They don't know you. They were just trying to make a person in a crisis situation feel better. Their judgment and criticism of you is not valid. Also, what the fuck were they even talking about? You should leave because they want you to go to therapy? You should leave because somebody wants to see you mentally healthy? You should leave because somebody wants to see you develop better coping skills, better emotional regulation, to feel more validated in your experiences? You should leave because of that? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. And I'm actually kind of mad. You gotta remember that a lot of crisis line operators are just volunteers. They might not have any credentials, they might not have any training. They're just there to try to help people de-escalate. And so sometimes they'll just tell people what they need to tell them to get them through that crisis. So don't let that stick with you. This person doesn't know you. Also, they were flat out wrong. Like, I know she shouldn't have said that, and I do my best, but when I'm down, it just feels true. But it's not true. Whether you feel good or whether you feel bad, it's still not true. Everyone could benefit from therapy. I don't care who you are. Anyone could benefit from therapy. Suggesting therapy to anybody is not an insult. But it's one of those things that people have historically used it as an insult. Like, go to therapy, get help, you know? But it's like, okay, sure, I'll do that. Yeah, I want to grow, I want to improve, I want to be a better person. Absolutely. Why not? I just want you to try to understand the flaw of their logic. It's like you were trying to help them, and they said, well, leave them. That's just one of the ways that crisis people will like help people de-escalate from a crisis is they'll talk about something that's stressing them and they'll be like, just get out of there. Just leave that situation. Like, they don't know the details. They don't know the specifics. This is a complete stranger who has never met you, does not know you, and they were just offering bland, generic, uneducated advice. That is, if you're gonna take like criticism and you're gonna see like what valid criticism would be versus what invalid criticism would be, it would be at the very bottom of that list. This person does not know you. They've never met you. They don't know your intentions. This isn't a person you trust. This isn't a person you know. This isn't a person you love. So why would you listen to them? Don't let their idiotic advice become your intrusive thoughts. That's not fair to yourself. I've been wanting to write in for days, but everything just feels pointless and I don't know what I'm looking for. Sorry for the long rant, Papa and chat. That's what you get. That's what you get for the sorry. What if you went to therapy together? Not even for like couples therapy. Not even for the sake of like, we're working on our relationship. You could just go together and just talk about life stress together. How you can navigate it as a team. Going to therapy as a couple does not necessarily mean that you have problems as a couple. It just means that you want to be better partners and you want to, learn some skills that can help you to do that. There's just a lot of implication and a lot of stigma involved around going to counseling. I feel like it could help both of you. You're dealing with grief, you're dealing with stress, he's dealing with frustration and stress, and both of you are struggling in communicating and processing those feelings in a healthy way. It's not you versus him, it's you and him versus the problems that you are facing. So you should be able to support each other through those problems as a group effort. Good luck. Also, send puppy pictures. What's your opinion on the Elisa Lam case? Oh boy. Oh boy, another mystery. Another mystery. The Elisa Lam case. On February 13, 2013, Elisa Lam went missing. She was staying at the Hotel Cecil in downtown LA. The last footage of her alive was security camera footage of her behaving erratically in the elevator. She was found 6 days later. She had drowned in the water cistern on the top of the hotel building. Oh wait, no, she was actually in there. Okay. Never mind. She was actually in there. She went missing on January 31st, and she was found on February 19th. My dates were wrong. The footage was released on February 13th, so she was actually missing for longer than that. footage is pretty creepy. There's footage of her like in the elevator. Hotel Cecil is also a very creepy building. She was diagnosed with bipolar and depression. No history of suicide attempts. She had a history of not taking her medications and as a result on several occasions suffered hallucinations that would cause her to hide under her bed for refuge. She was hospitalized at least once for these episodes. Sounds like her mental health symptoms were worsening in the days before her disappearance, just based on what was reported by the other people at the hotel. She attended a live taping of the Conan O'Brien show in Burbank, California, but was escorted off the premises by security due to disruptive behavior. This is the footage from the elevator. There's a lot of suspicion surrounding the case because it's like, why is she acting this way? Is she hiding from somebody? She seems scared. She seems frightened. But it does kind of seem like this is a person in a mental health crisis. Certain types of mental health crises tend to occur around this age range. For a lot of people who have like severe and persistent mental illness, they typically start to develop their most severe symptoms in that window of like you're in your early 20s. Early to mid 20s is really the time where most people who are like, if you're going to be schizophrenic, that's kind of when the symptoms really start to manifest. And so yeah, she was in her early 20s, had a history of mental health issues, was alone in this city, unmedicated, engaging in erratic and symptomatic behavior over a span of days before inevitably disappearing. She also had a history of not taking her medications, experiencing hallucinations, which is like, were the hallucinations, a side effect of being unmedicated? Was this hallucinations the signs of like a developing psychotic disorder? Which is kind of what it seems like to me. The stuff she's doing right now, bizarre, unusual hand movements. Like this is something you'll commonly see in people who are experiencing psychosis. Then she disappears. If you found that video unsettling, welcome to the business. This is if you were to go to like a local mental hospital or like a long-term care facility or a group home, and you were to just go there and observe people who have active symptoms of psychotic disorders, and not like it might be something completely unlike something that you were expecting. You know, a lot of like rigid posturing or unusual movements, sometimes jerky, unpredictable. And it can be very unsettling to see if it's something that you haven't seen before. Based on what we know of the case, I would say that it was probably most likely a psychotic episode. And this is a very sobering reminder that people who are in psychotic episodes are much more likely to harm themselves than they are anybody else. There's this misconception that people who are experiencing psychosis are dangerous. And they can be, but more often than not, they are a much bigger risk of harming themselves, as was the case here. There's no evidence of any physical trauma, assault, or anything else. It was basically just, you know, no other recreational drugs in her symptoms, in her system. So the question is how did she get on the roof? Because what ended up happening is she went up onto the roof, climbed up, and fell into one of the water tanks on the roof. What does ChatGPT say about it? Summarize and speculate. Another really creepy aspect of this is she was in that water tank for days, and people were starting to report weird water in the hotel. Because there was a human floating in it. A decomposing human. Isn't that nightmarish? She disappeared January 31st. Her body was discovered 20 days later after hotel guests complained of low water pressure and discolored water. Autopsy ruled her death as an accidental drowning. Mental health crisis being the primary cause. Like, the primary idea here is that there's a mental health crisis going on. The area that she got to in the hotel was supposed to be restricted. But, I mean, this is a rundown hotel in LA. Even though it's supposed to be restricted, you know, maybe there's a door propped open, or maybe the lock was broken. You know, that kind of stuff happens in these big cities, especially in some of the more rundown areas. And Hotel Cecil is not in a good part of town. It's in a pretty rough area. No evidence of foul play. Could it have been a ghost? Maybe. Skid Row. Yeah, Hotel Cecil is in Skid Row in LA. This is what the hotel looks like from the outside. They've rebranded it. The hotel is still there, but it's changed names now. So these are the water tanks. My theory, my speculation is she was having a mental crisis. She felt like, because she had had these symptoms before, she was hallucinating and she feels like, I need to hide. And I feel like that's what she was trying to do. She was trying to get away from something. But yeah. Very creepy, huh? Creepy, huh? There's documentaries about it if you want to learn more, if you want to, you know, if you're into true crime mystery type stuff. That's an interesting one to check out. But yeah, my opinion on this was mental health crisis. Psychotic episode. Like, I've heard a lot of stories about some of the stuff that people will do when they have, like, a psychotic break. I've known people who have just walked out of their house and then they were found 1,000 miles away. They just went out with the clothes on their back and the shoes on their feet. I actually knew somebody who did that without shoes. They were like, yeah, I just started walking. I didn't even grab shoes. I just left. They found me 2 states over. One of my favorite clients was this guy who was like, I walked from Missouri all the way to Venice Beach, California to go be with my juggalo girlfriend. By the time that I got there, she was homeless, and so we were just homeless together out on Venice Beach. I was like, damn, you walked all that way to go be with a homeless person? And they were like, no, they weren't homeless when I left. They were just homeless when I got there. I was like, oh, okay. It's like, yeah, but things didn't work out. I was like, yeah, probably weren't meant to be. So, I love cannabis, but when I get some, I usually burn through it, no pun intended, really quickly. Smoking often, then running out in a few days. How do I smoke less? Thank you for all you do. Chat as well. Changing your relationship with weed is the way that I look at this. I look at it as I'm changing my relationship with this substance. And one of the things that I've noticed a lot in people is that when they smoke weed, sometimes they feel like, well, I should smoke more weed. I smoked weed, but it wasn't enough weed, so I need to smoke more. I need to keep going. But when you continuously smoke weed, you actually start to get diminishing returns. There's only so much that your brain can actually process. You can only get so high, you know? But one of the things that people do is they'll start smoking and then they'll just keep smoking, and it's more of like a habit thing. It's more of just like a way to stimulate yourself. You know, it's more of like the ritual of it. So, do you want to smoke less? I'll give you a game plan. I'll give you a strategy. Hear me out. First off, take a couple days off. Take a couple days off from it. A little bit of a tolerance break. Doesn't need to be that long. Just a couple days. Give yourself 3 days. Maybe take a week. And then what I would recommend doing is being incredibly mindful. Before you smoke, ask yourself, is there anything that I need to get done? Is there anything that I should do before I get high? Should I take care of these dishes real quick? Should I clean up? Should I maybe sweep? You know, is there anything that I've been needing to do? Because I know that smoking weed is going to make my productivity go down. Is there anything that I should get done before I do that? We want to look at smoking as a reward. You know, I find it's best to, you know, this is what I like to do. I like to just do it at the end of the day. I got my work done. I'm ready to relax and unwind. So it's like a little treat. But what it shouldn't be is your normal. It shouldn't be your everyday, your all day, every day, because then it's not even fun anymore. It just feels normal. And then you're not doing it to have fun. You're not doing it to enjoy yourself. You're just doing it to feel normal. Like whenever I meet people who just smoke all day, every day, it's like they don't even get high anymore. They're just doing it to feel normal. So what I like to do is I like to give myself a set amount that I will smoke. I'll pack like one bowl or whatever, roll one joint, whatever it is, and then smoke it. And then smoke it very mindfully. Pay attention to how it's making you feel. And then once you're done, you're done. Just enjoy that feeling. You don't need to add to it. You don't need to keep going. You don't need to, you know, just enjoy that level that you're at. This is just making me want to smoke. Yeah, me too, but I'm not doing it. I'm gonna wait until after stream. It's the same thing that you see with a lot of substances. If you do it too much, too often, it becomes too much of your routine. It just becomes normal for you. And then it's not even enjoyable anymore. You're just doing it to feel normal and there's no fun in it. So there's a really important aspect of being sober. It allows substances to be more fun. look at it like anything else, you know? You can have too much of a good thing. It's nice to eat cookies. It's nice to eat candy. But we don't want to eat cookies and candy all day, every day. This might be silly, but how do you deal with sad endings in fiction? I just finished watching a well-written show with a bittersweet ending, and it just made me more depressed. Help me cope! Sad endings, bittersweet endings are what make the happy endings even better. If you didn't have that contrast, and every ending was a happy ending, life would be very boring. You need that contrast. It's what makes life more meaningful. Because bad endings can exist, that makes happy endings even better. If happy endings were all there ever was, then they wouldn't be happy endings, they would just be endings. It wouldn't be very stimulating. It'd be predictable and boring. This is an important question because this actually ties into the presentation we're going to do later. Dealing with sad endings. I smell my dog food cooking. I need to go give it a little stir in the pot real quick. I'll take this one more question real quick, and then I'm gonna go stir the pot around. It's dog food day. I've got dog food cooking on the stove, and I just want to go check on it real quick. I'm again sleeping too much, way too much. Overeating and not progressing through tasks and being disgusted having to do them, which is how the depression part of the cycle shows up in me. Any tips how to handle it? It's been 2 weeks off. The expectation was of something more permanent, but apparently the conditions do not easily change. If I have to return to medication, so be it, but I'd rather not. If medication can put you into the perspective that you need, if it can put you into the mindset that you need to actually do the things you need to do, then do it. That's what medication is for. Taking the edge off so that you can make meaningful changes in your life. So my tips on how to handle this: what do you want to do about it? I'm not going to tell you what you should do. I could give you suggestions on what you could do, but what I need you to know and what I need you to think about is, what do you want to do about the conditions that you are in? Do you want them to change? Do you want them to get better? If so, what do we do about that? How can we make that happen? What's that first little step that takes you in that direction? For some people, it's taking a shower. For some people, it's brushing their teeth. For some people, it's cleaning their room, doing their laundry, doing the dishes, tidying up their living space. If we have a cluttered living space, that makes for a cluttered mind as well. So that's always a great place to start. The environment you're in. You'll find yourself feeling much more room to breathe, much more room to think. What's that first step? What should that first step be? Think about it. Think about it. I'm gonna go check on my dog food real quick, and I'm gonna run to the restroom, and then I think we're gonna hop into our presentation. So I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. Wait just a moment. All right, I'm back. All right, I'm back. I'm back. Doesn't help that I get serious setbacks in what I have to do. Expensive failure, having expensive results, it appears. The thing literally caught fire. Damn. When things burn to ashes, you got no choice but to build it up and start again. Love is real. Period. You know, and thinking about this question, because I was thinking about this more while I was up. A lot of what goes into beating depression is listening to what depression is saying to you, recognizing that that is depression doing the talking, and then doing the opposite of that thing. Because there's a part of you that says, just stay in bed. Just don't try, don't bother. It's too hard. You're not going to make it. Just don't even bother. Nobody wants to hear from you. Everybody hates you. And so you're like, okay. But that's depression talking. But there's another part of you, a part of you that you should be listening to, and it's the part of you that says, no, hold on a minute. That doesn't sound right. Things should be different. Why do things have to be this way? I want to make things better. That's the part of you you need to become more familiar with. That's the part of you you need to listen to. And that's who you really are. You are not your depressive thoughts. You are the thoughts. You are the aspects of yourself that want to see you do better, that want to see you thriving. Small, slow, gradual changes build yourself up, and things will get better. What is something small you can do today? Even if it's just cleaning off your desk, cleaning off your nightstand, putting your clothes away, cleaning off the counter in the kitchen. Just one thing. Just one thing. Do that thing, and then afterwards, reflect on it. Celebrate that win. This is how you build yourself back up. This is how you start to build momentum. And that momentum is what's going to carry you into the future. Depression wants you to curl up into a ball and die. Tell depression to fuck off. Should I have a third bowl of ice cream? Maybe. How big were the bowls? What's your favorite Kendrick song? My favorite Kendrick album was Good Kid, Mad City. If I had to pick a track off that album that I would listen to first, it would probably be Money Trees. Backseat Freestyle? That's okay. Backseat Freestyle's alright. We'll agree to disagree. I would have to say, if I had to pick a favorite song off of Good Kid, Mad City, it would either be Money Trees or Bitch Don't Kill My Vibe. Start telling your depression, bitch, don't kill my vibe. Tell that to your depression. Love the new album. I'll get to it. I'll get to it. Listening to new music is an intense experience for me because I have a very musically driven brain, and if I'm gonna listen to new music, I need to sit down and just do nothing but listen to it. I have to like clear my schedule. I have to make time. Just be like, all right, we're going in. Hi everyone, A15, how's it going? You're actually right on time. You're actually right on time. We've got a fun presentation today. This one's gonna be a little bit more lighthearted, a little bit more enjoyable. So get ready, this one's gonna be fun. How many of you here have read a Choose Your Own Adventure book? If not, are you at least familiar with how they work? The ones I read the most of were the Goosebumps Choose Your Own Adventure books. I probably had most of these books. I loved Goosebumps, and I especially loved the Choose Your Own Adventure books. See, what I did as a kid, and you weren't supposed to do it this way, but this is the way that I would do it. Anytime I got to a turning point, I would fold that corner of the page, and then I would make one choice, and then I would go back and I'd be like, all right, that choice was a dead end. Make the alternate choice. I wanted to read the entire book. I wanted to read through all the choices. So I was always dog-earing the pages and going back and making different choices. And I always thought I was doing it wrong, but I don't know, maybe that was the right way to do it. It's true, I was save scumming. I was quick saving, quick loading. You know, and I've never learned. I never learned my lesson. So if we haven't read a Choose Your Own Adventure book, you're probably at least familiar with the concept. But if not, I'll go ahead and describe it to you real quick. In a Choose Your Own Adventure book, there is a general story that's going on. And what happens is you get to the end of the page and it says, if you want to drink from the goblet, turn to page 12. If you don't want to drink from the goblet and you want to leave the building, go to page 37. So you get to make choices in how the story flows, and then it takes you down another route, different possibilities. Some of these take you on an entirely different branch of the story. Some of them take you to a dead end. And so within this book, there are all sorts of different pathways, all sorts of different stories, all sorts of different endings. And what I want us to do today is think about our life in that context. Think about your life kind of like how you would think about a Choose Your Own Adventure book. So let's get to it. Just think about the choices that you make. Let's compare, let's think about our life as in this context. Your life is a story. There is a larger story, and within that story, there are countless smaller stories. And each of those stories are shaped by the choices that we make. Some of the stories within our life have happy endings, others do not. But every ending teaches us something. How do I save scum in life? By doing shadow work and inner child work. You go back and you heal your old wounds, and then you find a new future. Unfortunately, since we can't travel back through time, we have to do it in a different way. So just take a moment and think about your life. There's this grander story at play. Is your life. It has a beginning, it has a middle, it has an end. But within that larger story, there are many different smaller stories. Elementary school, high school, going to the grocery store, going to college, getting married. The wild antics you used to get into when you were younger. All of these smaller stories that form the bigger story that is you. Let's talk about the power of choice. Every choice we make in life is like turned into a different page. We make big choices. These are career changes, these are relationships, this is moving to a new state, moving across the world. There are big choices in life. We also make small choices. The way that we spend our time, the way that we react to things, our daily habits. These choices don't just affect the outcome, they shape the journey that we are on. I find it helpful to think of your life as a narrative, as a story, and to see where that story is going, where that story is headed. What sort of things have happened along the way that have shaped your character development? Because that's another really important thing to consider. We like a story that has good character development. We like to see the characters learn, grow, change. We don't like them to just stay static. Even when the outcomes aren't ideal from the choices we make, we can still learn and grow from that experience. Happy endings are not guaranteed. Not every story in your life will end happily, and that's okay. Failure, disappointment, and loss are inevitable parts of the human experience. It's that contrast, it's that variety that gives life nuance and meaning. You can't have light without darkness. You cannot have up without down. Whoa, Danny boy. Whoa, Danny boy with the 5 gifted subs. Cheers. How do you feel about Mondays? I love a good sale. Are gifted subs on sale? Is that going on? Is that happening right now? Thank me, no thank you. I just really want to remind you that just because you have known failure does not make you a failure. Just because you have known hardship does not mean that life has to always be hard. These are inevitable parts of being human. These are things that everyone goes through. And it's how we respond to them. It's how we bounce back that really matters. It's these moments that build our resilience and that helps us to deepen our understanding of ourselves. Some of the most character-defining moments in your life will not be your victories. They will not be your successes. They will be how you bounce back from failure. They will be how you get back up when you have been put down. The goal is not perfection. The goal is progress and purpose. I'm just going to let that one sit with you for a moment. I'm going to let that one sit with you for a moment, all right? Let that one soak in. Sometimes it feels like failure even when it's not. Right? And I feel like a lot of it has to just do with perspective. The first premise I have a problem with? Which one? Not every story in life will end happily, and that's okay. That one? I'm interested to hear what you have to say. The reason why the first one is true is because even if we had the most fair, equitable, uplifting life imaginable, eventually somebody's going to have a brain aneurysm. Somebody's going to get hit by lightning. Somebody's going to get stung by a bee. There are inescapable, real dangers that are a part of living an organic life. And that's what we live. We live the life of an organic being. And that comes with complications, that comes with risks. Those are inescapable. So like it or not, it's a law of nature. You know what I mean? Like, let's say you had a world where everyone was happy, everyone had free healthcare, free education, they had a place to live. Eventually, somebody's gonna trip and fall. Eventually, something's gonna happen. An accident, misfortune. But that does not detract from all of the other joy that is to be found in life. See what I mean? So you were saying that the probability of life could end up not happy and that is okay? No, what I'm saying is that not every story in your life will have a happy ending. Because when I say not every story, what I mean is your life is a bigger story that consists of many smaller stories. In some of those stories, things go great. In some of those stories, we shit our pants. They can't all be happy. And that's okay. Because it's not about every single one being happy. It's about how you bounce back, how you learn, how you grow, and how you become more resilient from those times where you poop your pants. Life is not about not pooping your pants. It's about how you clean yourself up after you poop your pants. How can we craft more happy endings in our life? What can we do to create more fulfilling outcomes in the stories that matter most to us? Just like reading a choose-your-own-adventure book, take a moment to pause before choosing. Take a moment to think about the choice you want to make. Think about where those choices could take you. Think about where they might lead. Think about the way in which they will shape the story that you are in. Reflect on those options before you make that decision. For this presentation, I tried to find some fun and interesting covers from some Choose Your Own Adventure books. This one I was especially fond of. It's got a a guy running into a cave, being shot at by lasers, and he's hiding out in a cave with a bunch of cave people. Like, that sounds like a fun book. Another way to craft more happy endings in your life is to learn from the past stories that you have experienced. What worked for you? What didn't work for you? You know, recognizing those patterns, recognizing those narratives. What sort of things have I tried in the past? What stuff worked? What stuff didn't work? What stuff needs more practice? Another thing that's really important for us to do is to set clear intentions for ourselves. What kind of ending are you working towards? What kind of ending are you working towards? This is a pretty profound and meaningful thought exercise for you to engage in. What kind of ending am I working towards? And lastly, adapt to new chapters. When life doesn't go as planned, be flexible. You know, sometimes you don't have to read between the lines. Sometimes you just gotta turn the page. This is kind of a good journaling guide. This is part of why journaling is such a helpful practice, is because it helps you to narrate your life. You're documenting your life, your experiences, your thoughts, your feelings. You're actually contributing to building that narrative structure. You're recognizing your patterns. You're able to identify the direction that you're headed in. Let's talk about embracing your role as the author of your story. When it comes to your story, you aren't just the main character. Now, you're not the main character in life, you're a supporting character. You're in the chorus. You're a part of the play. You're not the main character. But in your story, you are the main character. Not only are you the main character, though, you are also the author. As the main character, you live through the experiences. You feel the highs and the lows. You are the one who lives it. You are the one who goes through it. You see life through your perspective. As the author, you are able to shape the narrative. You are able to make edits. And you're able to decide what comes next. Your life, your story is something that you actively participate in crafting for yourself. It is not predetermined. It's mid. Can I read another book? No, it's just a slow burn. It actually really picks up in the second half. It's one of those books you're gonna regret giving up on it early because you're like, oh, I didn't even realize the second half of this book is kick-ass. You'll be like, damn, I'm glad I stuck around to see where things went. Even if you can't control the plot, you can control your perspective. And here's an example of how you could do this. For example, look at your early life trauma. How do you want that early life trauma to affect you later in life? Is this something that is going to hinder you forever? Or is this something that you're going to be able to heal and overcome and even thrive in spite of those things? Which of those narratives sounds preferential to you? Which one of those do you want to work towards? That's what it's all about when we say embracing that author role. You know, looking at the bigger picture of the story that you're crafting and saying, you know what? We had a really rough start, but things got better. All that hard work, all that hardship, it built up to something meaningful, something profound. You don't even have to know exactly what that is yet. You just have to know that that's what you're working towards. Insight, realization, growth, meaning, purpose. Here's an activity for you. It's time to reflect. Think about a recent story in your life. This could be something that happened at school, something that happened at work, something that happened this week, something that happened this year. You know, an event. But look at it as if it was a story. What was the adventure that you were on? recent story in my life would be the remodel of the house. And we had many different adventures as a part of that story. All of the demolition, the construction, the work, all of the things I learned along the way, all of the mistakes that were made along the way that also contributed to my knowledge and growth. I don't know how, I would hope that for you this feels empowering, because to me it feels empowering to look back at my life with this sort of narrative structure. To look at it as an adventure. To look back, what were the lessons I learned? What choices did I make? Did it lead me to the happy ending I was looking for? Or at least a happy ending in general. Maybe not the one I was expecting, maybe not the one that I had in mind, but was the ending happy nonetheless? And what did you learn along the way? How might you approach a similar story differently in the future? What sort of things have you learned on your previous adventures that you can take with you onto your next adventure? Just take a moment to think. Is anything coming to mind? Anything coming to mind? Are the gears turning? I've learned a lot about myself. I feel like I'm becoming more and more the person I strive to be. And in many ways, you are that person, you just have yet to recognize it. You are in the process of becoming who you are meant to be. Just moved recently, feels kind of like an adventure. It is an adventure. Anything can be an adventure. Going to the gas station can be an adventure. Going grocery shopping can be an adventure. Taking a walk around your neighborhood, even going out in your yard, can be an adventure. If you allow yourself to view it that way. But before we move on, just take a moment to think. Some things might come to mind. I find this to be an empowering exercise. I want you to feel empowered in your life. Feel like I can recognize the direction that I'm headed in. Am I headed in a good direction? Or do I need to make changes to head in a better direction? Because now is the time to do something about it. some closing thoughts for you. Life is an adventure full of surprises and endless possibilities. You can't always control the outcome, but you can always write a new chapter. A question for you to ask yourself is, what choices can I make today to move closer to the story that I want to live? The thing is, I now regret that I was always too anxious to do the things I wanted to do. So you regret that you wasted time, and the way that you're going to handle it is by wasting more time. This is my Gestalt approach. Imagine I'm Fritz Perls. I'm chain-smoking cigarettes. So you say to me that you are regretful for wasting time in your life, and the way that you cope with it is to waste more time in your life. This is very interesting. Explain this to me. Don't waste any time regretting the time that you have wasted. That's just more time wasted. You're just giving yourself more things in the future to look back and regret. Du hast gewonnen. Du hast gewonnen. Oh, ich bin so schlau. Ich bin sehr schlau. Oh. Do you reflect on your past without getting lost in it? Good question. Sometimes the best way to not get lost in your past is to figure out the structure, figure out the narrative structure. Look at the bigger picture. Because if you look back into your past and you start to hyperfixate on all of the nuance, all of the details, you're gonna get lost in that. But you're missing the forest for the trees. So just try to see the bigger picture of your past. The things that shaped you into who you are today. And what do you want to do with that going forward? I'm not trying to invalidate anybody's past, but for the sake of our present and for the sake of our future, sometimes we just need to get the TLDR of our past experiences. We don't need to know every single gritty detail. Because that's just that could take forever to get through. There's just too much there. It's just, you're gonna spend much more time like hyperfixating and ruminating on things that you cannot change, when it's like, your life is happening to you right now, and you should be living it instead of reliving it. So just kind of acknowledging it like, hey, that happened, but then moving on. In some cases, yes. In some cases, absolutely. Like, it is what it is. Like, do you feel like it affected you in some way? Do you feel like it's still affecting you today? Do you feel like there's knowledge to be gleaned from it? Or do you just want to continue to try to grow and change and be the best person you can be? I feel like the next year is going to be a happier story for me. I feel so too. I feel so too. W. I don't mean to sound dismissive when I say this, so just understand that's not where I'm trying to come from here. It is important to look back on your life and to understand the nature of your wounds, to understand the nature of your trauma, so that you can heal from it. But a lot of people spend a lot of time ruminating on their past, and they get stuck in it. They find themselves revisiting and reliving and just hyper-examining these things that cannot change. And what you're missing is the bigger picture. Because even if you were to mull over every single detail from your past, the question that remains after that is, okay, well, what do I do about it? Where do I go from here? So understand yourself to the level that you need to understand yourself. But you don't have to waste any more of the time that you have understanding the time that was. Life is happening to you right now, so live it. Because the thing is you can always go back and revisit it again in the future if you feel like you need to. And that's something that happens over the course of our lives. Is in different stages of our life, in different, when you hit 40, 50, 60, you might find yourself revisiting things and you're able to look at it a little bit differently. A little bit older, a little bit wiser. Maybe you don't need to figure out all of it right now. Maybe you can save some of that processing and some of that figuring out for later. You just need to understand enough of it to make meaningful changes today. To understand the direction you're trying to head in. I've met a lot of people who have had a lot of trauma, and they spend a lot of time out of every day just recounting and revisiting and going back through all of that trauma. But to a point, you have to understand that in a way, you are re-traumatizing yourself. You are putting yourself in a headspace where I am thinking about my trauma, I am recounting my trauma, I am revisiting it every single day, reminding myself of just how wounded I am. Awareness of a wound is only part of healing that wound. Yeah, like you don't need to know every single gritty detail about why something was painful to you in order to know that it was painful to you. I feel like one of the best things we can do for our own mental health and for our own life is to just understand the general narrative that our life is following. I've had hardships, I've had ups and downs, I've had wins, I've had losses, I've had pain, I've had trauma, I've had triumph, I've had joy. So where do I go from here? In what direction am I heading? Because that's what really matters. So I'm going to ask you again, what choices can you make today to move your story closer to the story that you want to be living? What is a small choice that you could make today, even if it's being kinder to yourself, stopping yourself when you find yourself beating yourself up, or maybe tidying up your place a little bit, spending more time with your cat or your dog, talking to a friend? Small choice, big gesture. Spend too much time thinking about why other people did things. Overthinking doesn't help. Try not to spend more time thinking about why someone else did something than that person spent thinking about why they did it. You know, are they still thinking about why they did it? Are they trying to learn and grow from it? Why are we doing the thinking for them? I forced myself and found I haven't tried more ideas, long shots, but if it works. What's something small you can do today to improve your quality of life? Every old soda can, every old napkin that goes into the trash can improves your quality of life by a little bit. What are some small things that you could do today? Maybe going for a walk. Maybe talking to a friend. Maybe tidying up a little bit. Maybe doing some good self-care. Maybe spending some time on a hobby. Maybe reading a book. I think I'm finally ready to work on my ED, thank you. This was once again really eye-opening. Let me tell you something. I'm gonna pull you in close for this one. I just want to tell you something real quick. Preparing to work on the thing that you want to work on is part of working on it. You have been working on it. You were in the preparation stage. That is still working on it. But now you're ready to take it into the next stage. Getting ready to do things is still doing things. Preparing to do something or getting ready to do something is still part of doing. Not another mind-blowing fact. Is your mind too blown? Are our minds too blown, or is anybody still in need of a mind blow? Chat, how are our brains? Are our brains blown out, or do you think you can handle another mind blow or two? Anybody looking to have their mind blown? I could go for another mind blow. I need another mind blow. You still need some more. Been doing breathing exercises due to pain, and it's helping a lot. Breathing exercises are OP, especially once you level them up. Level 1, only 1 talent point in breathing. It's not going to be that effective. You really have to put a few points in it before it starts to be OP. I'm doing it too much, though. Like, ever since yesterday, I've been doing it a lot. LMO. Wait, breathing? Goobarts, you breathe every day. You breathe all day, every day. You're just doing it more mindfully and you're getting better at it. You want your mind blown? Okay, you're punishing yourself for practicing a skill that you do all day, every day. Why do you feel the need to punish yourself? I feel like I'm doing too much breathing. Come on now. 'Cause I'm scared it won't be as effective. That's not true. Every breath is practice. It's like a bicep curl. You're getting stronger. Anyway, that's the presentation. I hope you had fun. As I said, a bit more of a fun presentation today. Something a little more lighthearted for Sunday. I hope you had fun with that one. Any last thoughts? Any questions? Any ideas? Hopefully you feel a little bit inspired. Hopefully you feel a little bit empowered. That was my goal today. Now, staring at the blank page before you. Open up the dirty window. Let the sun illuminate the words that you cannot find. Reaching for something in the distance, so close you can almost taste it. Release your inhibitions. Feel the rain on your skin. No one else can feel it for you. Only you can let it in. No one else can speak the words on your lips. So live your life in words unspoken. Live your life with arms wide open. Today is where your book begins. The rest is still unwritten. So it's Sunday. Are you gonna have fun today? Are you gonna try to have fun today, or have you decided that you're committed to not having fun today? Jason. My mom called me to tell me the dog misses me. Is she trying to get me to visit? Yes. Telling you that the dog misses you, and that may be true. That is true. The dog does miss you, of course. But your mom is also projecting some of her feelings onto the dog. You ever played Heavy Rain? You ever played Heavy Rain?
Jason! 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 Jason!
The story of the world's worst dad, Ethan. I forget his last name. Ethan something. He loses his son in the mall, and then he goes around yelling his name You literally press X to yell Jason. Also, one of my favorite things to do in the mall, and we did this at the Mall of America. We were yelling Jason in the Mall of America. That was pretty funny. Just walking around the mall going, Jason! Jason!
Jason! Jason! Jason! Jason! Jason! Jason! Jason! Jason! Jason! Jason! Jason! Jason!
Latest story of my life, choosing between Cinnamon Toast Crunch and Cocoa Puffs. It's a tough choice to make. Those are both top tier cereals in my opinion. You know what I actually prefer to name brand Cocoa Puffs though? I actually much prefer the Malt-O-Meal variety of Cocoa Puff. I've had both, and the Malt-O-Meal ones, I find them much more delicious. The name brand Cocoa Puffs, they were kind of bland in comparison, not as chocolatey. The Malt-O-Meal Cocoa Puffs are actually so much better. Call them Cocoa Roos. And you can get a giant bag of them for cheaper. Achoo. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Stood in the cereal aisle paralyzed while my brain fired off neurons like sweet, sexy cinnamon crunch or yum yum chocolate milk. Honestly, the way the brain makes decisions is basically RNG. Some random neuron just fired and my hand grabbed Cocoa Puffs. Actually, something to consider here is that parts of your brain can make a decision that other parts of your brain do not agree with. This is something that we have observed in patients with split brains. One of the things that they will do sometimes for people with really severe seizure disorders, like grand mal seizures, seizures that bounce back and forth between the hemispheres of the brain, they will split the corpus callosum, the connective tissue between the two halves of your brain. And guess what ends up happening? Sometimes half of their brain wants one thing and half of their brain wants something else. Sometimes you reach into the closet and you pull out a shirt and the other hand will say no, it'll grab it and it'll put it back. I don't want to wear that. Sometimes you grab a cookie and the one half of your brain's like, I'm eating the cookie, and the other half of your brain is like, no, you're not, you're on a diet. Split brain really showcases just how our brain makes decisions and processes those decisions. It's not always a unanimous choice whenever we're choosing something. We have cognitive dissonance, we have internal disagreements. Kind of fun to think about, also kind of terrifying to think about. I think it's cool though. No happy ending or bad ending, just whatever. I ate the cereal, it was good, lesson learned. Maybe I should just buy healthier cereal so I don't get diabetes. Have you gotten into reading about dissociative parts or like the IFS therapy model? I've been spending months on parts work and it is not fun at all. Internal family systems. Let's talk about internal family systems for a minute. The IFS model, internal family systems. The basic assumptions of this model are: it is the nature of the mind to be subdivided into an indeterminate number of sub-personalities or parts. Everyone has a self, and the self can and should lead the individual's internal system. So there are parts of you that are responsible, there are parts of you that are a little bit more whimsical and free. This also kind of ties into like some Jungian concepts like human archetypes, and just the different aspects of humanity that are manifested within our psyche. The way that I like to look at it as I have an internal council. There's a big round table and all of the different aspects of my personality, they all meet up and we all come to a consensus. All right, so we're going to call it to a vote. This also ties into, how people will develop conditions such as DID, in which their personality fractures and fragments into different aspects of the self. You've got Jason, he's the alter that goes to work and drives the car. And then you've got Mike, he's the one who likes to chill and party. And then you've got, Donnie, he's the bookworm. And then you've got Leo, he's kind of the leader. And then you got Raphael, and he's the bad boy. What if every vote ends in a Mexican standoff with no decisions ever being made? Then you negotiate. Because what you're describing there is decision paralysis. This is just another way to conceptualize the concept of yourself. The truth about yourself is that you are many different parts that are operating in such high speed that it gives the illusion of oneness. Your brain, your consciousness, your identity, it occurs in many different regions, many different parts of your brain. And they're all in such rapid, quick communication that it gives the illusion of it being one cohesive thing. There are parts of you that are secure, there are parts of you that are insecure, there are parts of you that are confident, parts of you that are not confident, parts of you that are responsible and mature, and parts of you that are whimsical and free. Yeah, a really interesting model. Really interesting model. General groups of parts: the exiles, the managers, the firefighters. It's an interesting way to look at the different aspects of your personality. Interesting future presentation. You better believe it. Get both. Get Cinnamon Toast Crunch and Cocoa Pebbles or Cocoa Puffs. Get both. They're both good. Does anyone here ever mix their cereals together? I could never. I could never do that. That would just I would no, I would never be able to do that. But I've seen people do that. They pour different cereals into the same bowl, and I'm just like, that should be illegal. Like, why are you mixing a fruity cereal with a cinnamon cereal? That should be a war crime. I've mixed like 5 different cereals in one bowl and it's great. I feel like it could feasibly work if they're in the same like realm of flavor or if they are complementary flavors. But I've seen people literally mix 2 cereals that should have they don't belong together. First time I ever saw somebody do it, I physically felt revolted. I had a physical response to it. I had a physical response. I'm like, oh. Imagine mixing your Cocoa Pebbles, your Cocoa Puffs with your Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Or your Fruit Loops and your Cocoa Pebbles. Like, get out of here. I feel like there's probably an overlap between the type of person that does that and also the type of person who likes snack mixes. Like, I don't like those snack mixes, you know what I mean? Where it's like, it's a Dorito and a corn chip and a pretzel and like some weird little squiggly thing. It's like hard bread or like a Gardetto or something. I'm like, I don't like it. I want it to be uniform, predictable. You love the Munchies mix? See, I called that. You see how I called that? I was like, it's the same type of person. There's nothing wrong with it. We celebrate neurodiversity here. Coca-Cola or oh, I heard about the Coca-Cola Oreos. Has anyone tried them? I've never tried. I haven't seen them at the store. I haven't tried them. Grab one of each and put all in your mouth. Sensory overload. have a crush on I'm Dante, and it's low-key creeping me out, but I also don't want to stop watching him. Please help, Mr. Brain. Alright, so you're experiencing a little bit of a parasocial attraction. This happens. Alright, it's okay to see somebody that you think is, you know, entertaining or engaging, and you're like, I like them. You know, that's not unusual, that's not abnormal. But it's what's really important to remember is that this person doesn't know you. This person isn't, you know, gonna be your life partner. You don't know this person. You're probably never gonna meet this person. Find somebody in real life that has those same traits and characteristics that you're looking for. Also, you have to remember that when people put on a show, especially like live streamers or content creators, they're only showing you a certain aspect of their personality. They're not giving you an accurate representation of who they are as a person. So this is why it's really important not to idealize people whose, you know, media we follow, because we only get a glimpse of who they really are as a human. Like me too. Like if you met me in real life, you'd be surprised at how boring I am. And I like it that way. I always eat the worst ones and save the best for last. So you're following the eat the frog technique? The eat the frog technique of motivation. Do the hardest task first, and then the subsequent tasks will be easier. Wish I could use the search bar in real life and people had tags. Yeah, let's get the social credit score going. Let's Black Mirror society. I'm down. Let's do it. Let's just start upvoting and downvoting each other. I'm in. Let's do it. The fact that it's creeping you out is a good sign. Listen to that feeling and modify your behavior. You know, it's creeping you out because you're like, oh, I don't want this to get weird. I don't want this to progress. You know? So I would just think about, what is it about this person that is appealing to me? And then go find a person that reminds you of those characteristics, those traits. But also remember, try not to compare this idealized image of a person to what an actual person is like. That's why it's so easy to like idealize like celebrities and figures and content creators. You only get a glimpse, and then your brain fills in the rest. They're like, oh, they're so cool, they're so relatable, they're so funny, they're so cute. And your brain fills in the rest. They must be so smart and funny and cute all the time. It's like, nah. Like, they're a human. Everybody farts, everybody poops, but not everybody will admit to it. Today's lecture really put me in a good mood. Thanks for all the support and can't read today. Today's lecture really put me in a good mood. Thanks for all the support and work you do, Papa. You're welcome. You're welcome. I'm glad to hear it. That was my goal for today. I wanted to put something together that was a bit more uplifting, a bit more motivating. I actually asked my GF if she poops or farts, because I never hear her be like, be right back, gotta poop or anything. Sometimes you gotta normalize that behavior so that they think that they realize that it's okay. Sometimes you just gotta be like, hey, I gotta poop. I gotta poop. Do you need to poop? Because I'm really gonna be in there for a minute. I'm gonna be tearing it up. I just want to make sure you didn't have to go first. There's just a certain sense of like shame surrounding pooping. A lot of people feel like I have to hide this, I have to keep it secret. It's like, no, it's a natural human function. It's a natural thing. Like, it doesn't need to be shame. Everybody does it. But a lot of people, it's just like, oh, I don't want to, oh, not poop. I don't want to be reminded of my shame. I hear some people turn on the faucet while they're in the bathroom so it drowns out other noises. I'll turn on the bathroom fan so that you don't hear everything that's going on. We put a little white noise on, but I don't waste water to do it. Just start loudly singing. I'm pooping. You ever done a group poop? You ever played Battle Shits? Whoever gave me a sub, thanks. I think that would have been Whoa Danny Boy. I think that was Whoa Danny Boy with those gifted subs. I want to talk about this a little more because we just mentioned it, but I want to do a little bit, I want to go a little bit more in depth. Let's talk about split brains. This is one of the concepts of human psychology that I find the most interesting. What happens when the two halves of your brain stop communicating? If you're unfamiliar with the structure of the human brain, your brain has two equal sides, two hemispheres, and they are connected in the middle with a fibrous tissue known as the corpus callosum. Your brain communicates between one half and the other by sending signals across this tissue. The corpus callosum. And one of the ways that they treat very powerful seizures, grand mal seizures, meaning that these seizures bounce back and forth between the two halves of your brain. One of the ways that they have tried to treat those is to say, okay, well, if we split the brain down the middle and the two halves can't communicate, then we can limit the seizures to just one half of the brain and they will be less damaging. Because one part of what happens in a grand mal seizure is the electrical activity will bounce from one side of the brain to the other and it will keep going. and it'll be much more damaging. So what happens to a person when you do that? What happens to a person when you split their brain down the middle? For many people, the effects might not be outwardly noticeable, but there are subtle things that happen. The human brain is a marvel of evolutionary engineering, comprising two distinct hemispheres, the left and the right, connected by a dense bundle of nerve fibers called the corpus callosum. This structure is what allows the hemispheres to communicate, ensuring that sensory information, motor commands, and cognitive processes are seamlessly integrated. But what happens when this vital connection is severed or is absent? Split brain research began in the mid-20th century as a byproduct of radical surgery interventions for severe epilepsy. By severing the corpus callosum, surgeons aimed to prevent the spread of epileptic seizures between the hemispheres. This procedure, known as a corpus callosotomy, was successful in controlling the seizures. It also revealed unexpected, often startling effects on cognition, perception, and behavior. Split brain studies have since become a cornerstone of neuroscience, offering a unique lens through which to explore how the brain processes information and what happens when the hemispheres stop talking. So, let's talk about what it does to your brain. So, one eye communicates with one half of your brain, and the other eye communicates with the other half of your brain. So if you split your vision down the middle, one half of your brain can only process what's going on over here, and the other half of your brain can only process what's going on over there. And what this does is this ends up causing discrepancies in our ability to recognize things, put words to things, name things. In one experiment, a patient was shown the word key in the left visual field and the word ring on the right visual field. When asked what they saw, the patient would say ring because the left hemisphere controls language. However, when asked to pick up the object corresponding to the image with their left hand, the patient would select the key. In some split brain patients, the hemispheres appear to act at cross purposes. For instance, one hand might attempt to button a shirt while the other simultaneously unbuttons it. One hand might be putting the shirt on, the other hand might be taking the shirt off. This illustrates how the different hemispheres of your brain can operate independently and each execute its own agenda. Also, one half of your brain does not produce language, and so so right now I'm speaking and I'm making words, and you can hear them and you're processing them and interpreting them. The part of our brain that creates speech and the part of our brain that processes speech, different parts of your brain. The right hemisphere of your brain lacks the language capabilities that the left side of your brain has. And so in one experiment, a split brain patient was shown a picture of a snowy scene in their left visual field. So it was the right half of your brain. Because your left eye goes to your right half of your brain, the right eye goes to the left half of your brain. I don't know why they wired it that way, but that's just the way your brain's wired. Anyway. When asked to point to related images, the patient selected a shovel for snow with their left hand and a chicken's claw with the right hand. However, when asked to explain their choices, the patient, using the left hemisphere, rationalized both choices as being related to chickens, because the half of their brain that was perceiving snow could not rationalize it. It could not create words for it. The part of the brain that could create words was attributing everything to what it could process. So it'd be like, well, why did you pick the shovel? And it's not because you recognized that you were seeing snow. That part of your brain cannot communicate that. You're saying, well, it's because sometimes you need a shovel to pick up all that chicken poop. Your brain will literally make up a reason why it selected something because it's not getting the insight from the other half of your brain. If this seems kind of far out and kind of out there, it really is. It's kind of hard to like properly process. Here's another example that might be a little easier to explain. Let's say that I showed one of your eyes some written instructions, and it said, pick up this cup off the table. And I had, many different cups on the table, and you read instructions in one eye that said, pick up that cup. And then you pick up that cup, and then I were to ask you to say, why did you pick up that cup? Your brain would make up a reason for it. Because the part of your brain that expresses why you did a thing is a different part of your brain. And they're not talking to one another. So I would say, why did you pick up that cup? And they'd be like, I don't know, I just liked it. I thought it was the best one. I'm at a point where I'm like, what do I trust my brain with? Recognize that it's your brain that's also having that dilemma. Your brain is trying to figure out if it can trust itself. Is this like the test where you have a word like blue but written in red and you have to read the color of the word? Yeah, it's kind of like that. It's kind of like that. Let's see if we can find a video. I find this topic fascinating. I hope you find it interesting. There's actually lots of videos. I might have to find a good... Oh, hold on. This one looks pretty good. Like, this kind of shows what I'm trying to tell you. We know what a split brain is. We know what the brain is. We know how the eyes work. All right, let's go to the example. This is what I see.
This is an example of split brain. So let's just see how this goes down. So we have a patient and we ask them to look at this line in front of them. Okay. If we were to ask them, what did you see? Okay. And we put a baseball image there. Remember, the left side of the brain controls speech, the right side controls perception and spatial relationships, and we have a contralateral brain. In this case, the patient is going to say, I saw a baseball. The left side is processing the information, and he is saying, yeah, I see a baseball, because that is the speech side. Control of speech is the left side, right? If we put a screwdriver here and ask them to pick it up, they're going to pick it up. And because the right side, which is in charge of perception and spatial relationships, is processing that information. So he's going to pick it up, right? Remember, we have a contralateral brain. So
Contralateral, meaning that different parts of your brain do different functions. I think hearing is the only thing that doesn't cross brain hemispheres. I'm not sure though. I think you might be right on that. But also, both halves of your brain process visual information. They can both process that visual information, but they might not be able to express it into words. They might not be able to describe what they see, for example. Kinda trippy, huh? To get you thinking about your brain. How does Bluetooth work? It's named after, like, okay, it's actually named after like a Viking or something. Because the signal for Bluetooth is like a Viking rune. It was named, okay, the Danish king Harald Bluetooth. That's what it's named after. The Danish king Harald Bluetooth. King of Denmark and Norway. And that's why the symbol is that rune. The way that it works is by using ultra-high frequency radio waves. That's it, just ultra-high frequency radio waves. The name was inspired by a conversation in a from Tales of the Longships, a historical novel about Vikings and the 10th century Danish king Harald Bluetooth. On discovering a picture of the rune stone of Harald Bluetooth, the Bluetooth logo is a bind rune. Merging the two runes that were Harald's initials. So that's kind of old Danish, Norwegian folklore. Super volcano, probably. My money's on super volcano, a star-going supernova, sending out a wave of ultra-high frequency radiation that just cooks. Ultra-high frequency radio emissions. If you could hear them, very high frequency. So that's, oh, I hear that. E. Maybe we are the actual aliens. E creatures. And to those life forms, we look very alien as well. Verse is that you only experience a certain range of what is actually. Our understanding and our view of the universe is confined to our sensory range. So stuff that's happening out there that you cannot perceive. Frequencies that are too high, too low, they're outside of our range of for example, can see in ultraviolet. They see patterns on flowers that we cannot recognize. I used to be able to hear a pitch in Bluetooth, but then I got older. That is something that happens as you get. We talk a lot about the brain, but what about the stomach? Ah, the stomach. You know, your brain and your stomach have a connection. Your gut has a direct line to your brain. It's able to bypass your spinal cord and it connects through the vagus nerve system directly to your brain. So sometimes it makes you feel like you've got butterflies, sometimes you feel like you're nauseous. The stomach can express mood in its own ways. Anxiety, excitement, these can also manifest in your stomach. These things are much more related than we might be initially aware of. This is also why sometimes you'll get a gut feeling about something. What I've learned in life is to always listen to that gut feeling. If I get a bad feeling about something in the pit of my stomach, I listen to it. There's serotonin in the Tums, right? Yeah, your gut is what produces serotonin. Serotonin is actually produced in your gut, and then it's transferred to your brain. I live in Russia, and I'm worried about bad things. You know, I live in America, and I'm worried about bad things, too. I'm happy to have you here, though. How's it going? How you doing? You know, I've got a friend who lives in Russia, and it's nice to meet people from different countries. It's especially nice to meet people from different countries that your government tells you are our enemies, because I don't believe that to be true. Like, I don't look at like the Russian people or the Chinese people or like any of these other people, like people in the Middle East, people like they're not my enemy. They're just people. People are people. But it's the fascists, it's the dictators, it's the authoritarians. Those are the problem. This is why I love to make friends with people from all parts of the globe. Just feel that connection that we all have as humans. So the thing about your gut is that your gut also has its own small little brain in it. And this is something that a lot of people don't know, but you have neurons, you have brain cells in your gut, you also have them in your heart, and they kind of outsource some of that control, some of that thinking that's necessary in order to regulate like your digestion, your heart rate, and those types of things. It's outsourced. It doesn't have to be done all the way up in the brain and then communicated back down. It's like, you know, it's like a field office. Also, the bacteria in your gut can influence your mood. If your microbiome is off, if you've just been eating shitty food, it often makes you feel shitty. If you're just eating a bunch of like calorie heavy, nutritionally void food, it makes you feel bad. It throws off your microbiome and it makes you feel stressed. It makes you feel anxious. That's your gut's way of communicating with you and saying, hey, eat a vegetable. Let's not do Taco Bell again. Maybe maybe once in a while. A little Taco Bell's a treat. But yeah, your gut has its own little brain, your heart has its own little brain, and they help to control and regulate those functions within you. And they're also in communication with the big brain. And if something's off in those parts of your body, it communicates it to you. You know, if your microbiome is out of whack. I feel like we've had some good ideas for future presentation topics today. I hope somebody's taking notes. I hope somebody's writing these down. You know, talking about the mind-gut connection, that's another good topic for us to talk about. Can the brain's fear mechanism be turned off? No. No, it cannot. But it can be repurposed. Because here's the thing. The part of your brain that produces the feelings of fear is the same part of your brain that produces the feelings of... fill in the blank. We did a presentation and we talked about this, and so I'm hoping somebody remembers. The part of your brain that produces feelings of fear, we actually did this on Halloween. We did the psychology of fear. And so if you were here for Halloween and you paid attention during that presentation, you will remember. Ding, ding, ding. Rogue Swan got it. The part of your brain that processes feelings of fear is the same part of your brain that processes falling in love. Feelings of excitement. And so you don't want to turn that part of your brain off. You just need to repurpose that energy. You need to repurpose that energy. Need to get it working for you instead of against you. Oh wow, I wasn't even here for that, LOL. But you knew it anyway. Well, then you should have been here. You should have been here. You could have helped me. Let's talk about fear in the brain real quick. Let's talk about the mechanisms that are at play here, because there's a few different parts of your brain involved. The first part of the brain is the thalamus, and that one's kind of boring. We don't really need to talk about it that much. The thalamus is basically just a switchboard, if you know what a switchboard is. That's kind of an old-fashioned term, but it's basically just something that helps other parts of your brain to connect to each other. If you haven't heard of a switchboard before, it's kind of like, you know, back in the old days when you had like a telephone operator. And they had to make connections between different people. This is your thalamus. That's what that does. It's meaningful, it's important, but it's also, it's like, okay, it's pretty straightforward. We get it, we understand. But that's a part of your brain that's active when you experience fear. Another part, your hippocampus, sensory cortex, your amygdala. These are areas of your brain that establish situational and emotional context. That's big. Situational and emotional context. That could be fear, that could be joy, that could be excitement, that could be love. It doesn't have to just be fear, though. The hypothalamus, that's the part of your brain where that fight or flight response is activated. What about the people who can't feel fear? Does that mean they can't feel love either? Good question. My question would be, are they just physically incapable of fear? Or are they just really good at hiding their fear? Is there something structurally different in their brain? So anyway, the parts of your brain that contribute the processing of fear, for example, are the same parts of your brain that process situational and emotional context. That could be good, that could be bad. And so we don't want to just turn off part of our brain because that's going to shut us off from emotions. This is what I've tried to explain many times, and I'm going to do it again because I feel like this is a really important thing to take with you. If you try to just shut off some of your emotions, you are going to end up shutting off all of your emotions. If you invalidate your emotions and you say, I can't feel that, I shouldn't think about that, I shouldn't process this, you're shutting off all of your emotions. You can't pick and choose which of your emotions you allow in. It either is or it isn't. And so I've met a lot of people who will try to compartmentalize or bottle up or restrict certain emotions, and they don't realize the harm that they're causing to themselves. You can't just restrict one emotion. It doesn't work that way. If you restrict your emotions, you are restricting all of your emotions. Good and bad. Light and dark. And this is why when people become depressed, they might not necessarily be sad, they just feel hollow, they feel empty, they feel numb. And it's because they've become so emotionally flattened that there's nothing really going on. So this is why I've said before, and I'll say it again, and I'm probably going to say it another million times, you gotta feel it to heal it. So yeah, the brain's fear mechanism can't be turned off, but it can be repurposed. That's like saying, can I turn this hammer off? Or can I get this hammer to stop bonking me? And it's like, yeah, just take the hammer and do something else with it. You can't get rid of the hammer, you're stuck with the hammer. Just do it, in ways that are helping you instead of hurting you. You know what I mean? Just found out recently that my first love and crush that I met as a kid and was engaged to as an adult is having a baby soon. I feel pretty disappointed in myself that it's bothering me when I feel like I shouldn't care. It's making me feel manic and reinforcing this feeling of loneliness and not doing much with my life. I don't know how to stop feeling this way or how to not act on this mania. Okay. Here's the thing. You do have feelings about this situation. Allow yourself to feel those feelings. The reason why this is heating up for you and the reason why this is starting to bubble up and boil over is because you have these feelings that you do want to feel and you do want to process, but you're telling yourself, no, I shouldn't care about it. Let me just put a lid on it. I should just not care. Allow yourself to care. Just try to do it, like process those feelings. You know, like maybe, what is it that I'm dealing with? Do I feel regret? Do I feel shame? Do I feel remorse? Do I feel sad? Do I feel angry? What is it? Allow yourself to feel those feelings so that you can process them and so that you can move on from them. But making yourself feel like I should not care or I cannot care is actually that's what's triggering that mania, is because you have these feelings that your mind and your body are just desperately trying to get you to feel them. And you're saying, no, I can't do it. I can't. It's too much. It's going to overwhelm me. Find a safe and comfortable way to do it. Talk to somebody about it. Talk to a therapist. Talk to a friend. Talk to a loved one. Don't deal with it on your own. Channel that energy into productivity. Fight back against that loneliness. By all measures, you should have feelings about this situation. Why shouldn't you? You met this person as a kid. It was your first love. You were engaged to them. Why wouldn't you still have some sort of, like, maybe you're not attracted to them, like maybe you don't want to be with them anymore, or maybe like whatever it is, I don't know. But of course you're still going to have feelings that linger. You knew this person for so long. You can't just turn that off. But you gotta just, what do I want to do with it? What do I need to process here? What do I need to figure out? I don't know what to do though. Channel it into what? That's our next step, is to figure out what to do. What do we want to do about it? In my experience, the only way to stop feeling any type of way is to allow yourself to feel that type of way and just get it over with. You're like, all right, I need to feel sad, I need to feel jealous, I need to feel upset or frustrated or whatever I need to feel. And then once I'm done, I'm done. Instead of just trying to convince myself that I shouldn't feel that way, it's just going to make it worse. It's just going to ferment. Bed rot and not exist TBH, but that's just depression. Yeah, and fuck that bitch. Depression? That nasty ass hoe? I'm not trying to be sexist or misogynistic with this. My apologies if it came across that way. Depression? That fugly slut? I have an idea of what you could be working towards. I have an idea. Maybe I can give you a beacon. You know, you're lost out in the storm right now, and I'm gonna set up a beacon for you so that you have an idea of where you should be trying to get to. And this is gonna be me getting ahead of myself, and this is gonna be me like not sitting down with you and doing the nitty-gritty emotional processing, but I'm not your therapist, so that's not what we're gonna do. But what I would say is, the goal that you are ultimately moving towards is being happy for this person. They're having a baby. They're going to become a parent. This is a beautiful time. So why do we need to make that about us? Why do we need to suffer because of that? How can we change our perspective on this situation? Is it because it isn't me? Do I feel like it should have been me instead of the other person? If it didn't happen, it wasn't meant to happen. And I feel like in the long run, the goal here should be, you know what, maybe I can still be a part of this person's life. Maybe we can be friends. Maybe I can, or maybe not. Whatever we're working towards. But I feel like to be truly healed is to just be like, you know what, they're having a happy moment in their life, and I care about them, so I should be happy about that. Because he didn't want to have kids and tried to hide my birth control once to trap me and get me pregnant, and maybe it's just residual anger from that. Oh. Oh. That's terrible. Like, that's a terrible thing to do to a person. If anything, you should feel relieved that you didn't get trapped with this person. Okay, I take back what I said about feeling happy for this person, of just like, okay, just be glad that you're not stuck with this manipulative, lying, cheating person. Bullet dodged. Like, when you dodge a bullet, you don't have to just, like, sit down and cry forever because a bullet almost hit you. You know what I mean? Like, when you dodge a bullet in life, you don't have to spend the rest of your life being like, oh my god, what if that bullet hit me? Oh no. I almost got hit by a bullet. This is terrible. Like, no. Like, be grateful. Be glad. Like, oh my god, I dodged that shit. You know what I mean? So channel that energy into being the boss that you know you are. Shit, people get happy endings. So, you know, here's the thing. You're not looking at the bigger picture. You're looking at little chapters, little pieces of their bigger story. Their actual story sucks ass. Maybe they had some slight little, like, quote-unquote happy endings within the, you know, the overall structure of their narrative. But the overall story that they're living is not a good one. These types of people often find themselves alone and miserable in their dying days. People don't want to be around them. They've burnt all their bridges. They've just done too much exploiting, too much abusing. There is no one there to care for them when they need it. I don't know. I feel like you should feel grateful that you dodged a bullet instead of feeling bad that a bullet almost hit you. Do one of these. Do one of these. Whew. Give me a sigh of relief. Give me a sigh of relief. Whew. Yeah, but you know how it is when you've known someone your whole life. Or you think you know them. You know the idea of them. You know the parts of them that they have shown you. It's just a disappointment all around. How long do you want to lament over it? How long do you need? I'm not going to say you need to stop lamenting or feeling bad right this moment, but I am going to ask you a question because I think you're tough enough to handle it. How long do you need to feel sad for? If you had to give yourself a time limit, how much longer do you need? And then just allow yourself to feel sad for that duration. 2 more days, maybe. Give yourself a week, and then you might not even need the whole week. That's one of my approaches to mental health, is to just be like, okay, your feelings are valid right now. You need to feel angry, you need to feel sad, you need to feel those things. But for how long? How long do you think? How long do you think they'll serve you? Because after a while, you're going to get tired of them, you're going to get sick of them, and you're going to be like, I kind of want to start living again. Thanks, this actually helped like quite a bit. You know, I've had people tell me I'm good at what I do. I'm starting to believe them. Alright, we've got a trigger warning for this upcoming post. It mentions sexual assault, just giving you a heads up. Just letting you know. Just letting you know. Giving you a fair warning. Why do my parents think I wanted to get raped, or I enjoyed it, or I wanted to do it? Is it sort of a denial feeling they're experiencing? It's been many years now. Denial, to say the least. But this is just a very, like, enraging situation. This is extremely frustrating. They're finding their way of coping with what happened in a very unhealthy way. Instead of acknowledging the trauma and the tragedy, the way that they cope with it is by saying, oh, well, they deserved it or they wanted it to happen. And that's blaming the victim, and that, unsurprisingly, is wrong to do. This is why the word rape culture exists. When we blame the victim of rape instead of the rapist, that is rape culture. When your parents do this, they are saying to rapists that it is okay to rape if the person that they rape had it coming or enjoyed it or wanted it. And that's just such a sick and twisted way of looking at the world. You know what? Cutie Cheeks actually brought up a really important point. A lot of the reason why people will do this is because they had something happen to them, and the way that they cope with that is to change the way that they view it, or they process their own assaults or the ways that they've been assaulted, and then that's how they live with themselves. That's how they cope with it, because they don't want to identify as a victim. And so they rationalize it, and they say, oh, well, maybe I shouldn't have worn that dress. Maybe I shouldn't have been out at that party. Maybe I shouldn't have had that drink. And they find a way to blame themselves for it, and then they extend that onto others. Like, no, rape is always 100% the fault of the rapist. It doesn't matter what you do, it doesn't matter what you dress like, it doesn't matter how drunk you want to get. People should not be raping you. This also might be their way of coping with their feelings of being failures as parents. You know, a lot of parents want to protect their children from harm. And sometimes when harm happens to their children, they rationalize it by saying, oh, they must, you know, they had it coming, or they did something to make it happen, or whatever. instead of being like, oh my god, I failed my child. I allowed them to be assaulted. And so they blame the victim to avoid feeling shame themselves for not doing more to protect their child. You think as humans we would evolve into learning that rape isn't okay and no means no, but still blows my fucking mind? You know what still blows my fucking mind is that they give rapists, in some states, they give rapists privileges and access to the child, or they won't allow a person to have an abortion when they are raped. It's like, why are we letting rapists reproduce? This is gonna be an extreme take from me, but I'm okay with saying it. If you are a rapist, you should not be allowed to reproduce. Let's just go ahead and nip that in the bud. We don't need that trait being passed down. If you are a rapist, you don't deserve to have a family. You don't deserve to have children. You're causing so much trauma. You should not be rewarded for causing that much trauma. Having a family, having a child should be a reward. Why are we rewarding this behavior? I would love to see people try to cancel me for that take. I'm like, I stand by that take. I'm like, if you're a rapist, fuck you. Sexual assault is so traumatizing, it's so damaging, and the way that we just capitulate to it and allow it to happen, and in some cases even reward it, is disgusting. Consent should be enthusiastic and consistent. And so if you've been a victim of sexual assault and you've been made to feel like you are the victim, I just want to let you know you are not the problem. You are not the reason why it happened. It should not have happened. The fault lies on the perpetrator. The fault lies on the assaulter, the rapist. People should be able to go outside, dressed the way that they want to dress. They should be able to do what they want to do. They should be able to let loose and have fun and not worry that someone is going to violate them. The man who did it is successful and wealthy. That doesn't mean he's not miserable. I've met plenty of successful, wealthy, but ultimately miserable people. And I am a useless lump of a housewife. I want to bonk you for that. I want to bonk you for calling yourself useless. Parents used it as an excuse of why they can't trust me. That makes absolutely no sense. That doesn't make any sense at all. I'm going to keep saying it because I feel like more people need to keep saying it. The more often we say this, the better. Stop blaming victims of assault for being assaulted. Blame the perpetrator for doing it. It has been enraging tracking him online throughout the years, seeing him hit so many milestones when my life falls apart. To what end are we tracking this man through their life? Is this inhibiting our healing? Is this inhibiting our growth? We were wounded, but are we keeping that wound open? It'd be a shame if his current partner or his place of employment found out that he's a rapist. Wouldn't that be just... That's why I still messaged his wife, fuck it. Right, and I mean, like, even if nothing comes to it, you're still at least putting it out there. You're putting it into people's heads. It's going to subtly change the way that they view the person, and then maybe it'll end up catching up to them, because I believe that oftentimes these things do catch up with people. You're gonna have ChatGPT help you come up with a script even. Like, hey, ChatGPT, the scumbag who sexually assaulted me is still out there living their life and I want to let people know about it. How should I communicate that to them? What should I tell them? I just can't wrap my head around how someone could just do that to another human. It's animal behavior. Humans are out here acting like animals all the time. I just hope that the day of reckoning comes when we stop protecting these people. The assaulters, the abusers, the manipulators. And I feel like the tide is turning. Oh, I hope you're able to speak your truth. And it's up to other people if they want to listen. Regardless of whether or not other people listen, there's still healing to be found in speaking your truth. Rather than having to just keep it all to yourself. You know what I mean? What does it mean to have an antisocial personality disorder? Antisocial personality disorder. The simplest way to describe antisocial personality disorder is like your typical idea of like a sociopath or a psychopath, somebody who just like has no respect for other people, who will harm people, abuse people, manipulate people, and just not really care. That's antisocial personality disorder. It does, like, the word antisocial often has this connotation of being like, I'm introverted. I don't like to socialize. I like to be private. I like to keep to myself. But that's not what antisocial means. Antisocial means you are anti-people. You don't view other people as your peer. You view them as objects. Things to be used and abused. Let's look at the symptoms of antisocial personality disorder. Let's go over them. Your traditional idea of a sociopath would be an antisocial personality disorder person. Antisocial personality disorder, sometimes called sociopathy, or sociopathy if you're feeling fancy, is a mental health condition in which a person consistently shows no regard for right and wrong and ignores the rights and feelings of others. People with antisocial personality disorder tend to purposely make others angry or upset and manipulate or treat others harshly or with cruel indifference. They lack remorse and do not regret their behavior. These people often violate the law and end up becoming criminals. They may lie, behave violently or impulsive, or have problems with drug and alcohol abuse. They have difficulty consistently meeting their responsibilities related to family, work, or school. The thing about antisocial personality disorder is that it exists across the entire spectrum of human intelligence and human functioning. You will see lower functioning sociopaths. These are the people that are robbing convenience stores. These are the people that are mugging people in alleyways. These are people who are, beating up old people and just the most vile, heinous, outright, disgusting behavior you can think of. But then you will also see higher functioning sociopaths. These are politicians, these are CEOs, these are executives. So a lot of people with antisocial are in jail, but a lot of people with antisocial are in politics or in corporations. Because a lot of places actually reward this type of behavior. If you are capable enough to use it to your advantage and not, find yourself in prison. Symptoms include repeatedly ignoring right and wrong, telling lies to take advantage of others, not being sensitive or respectful of others, using charm or wit to manipulate others for personal gain or pleasure, having a sense of superiority and being extremely opinionated, having problems with the law, including criminal behavior, being hostile, aggressive, violent, or threatening to others, feeling no guilt about harming others, doing dangerous things with no regard for the safety of self or others, and being irresponsible and failing to fulfill work or financial responsibilities. You don't have to have every single one. You only have to have probably 5. So anyway, this is what it means to be antisocial personality disorder. Antisocial does not mean that I do not like to socialize. It does not mean that I am shy. That's not what it means. But I've heard people throw that word around. They throw the word around antisocial when they actually mean introverted. That's not what it means. Antisocial means you are actively going against other people. You are harming other people. So that's what that means. The world is fucking horrifying. Holy shit. Right? And we were talking the other day about why people don't want to have kids. And I feel like that's another part of it. Why would anybody want to have kids when the world is full of fucking sexual predators? Why would you have a child when you know that there is a statistic likelihood that they will be assaulted at some point in their life? I don't know what to do. Part of me wants to go scorched earth and expose him, but part of me is really tired. If you don't expose him, are you gonna wait for somebody else to do it? I don't know, maybe exposing your assaulter will give you that energy you've been looking for. Maybe once you actually start to plan and process how you want to do it, you'll start to notice your energy coming up. Yeah, you don't have to do it right now. You can take time and plan it. How do you want to do it? Like, do you want to print out letters and send them to people? Do you want to send them to his colleagues, his business associates, his wife? My hope is that he has left women alone, but I kind of doubt it. No, he hasn't. And sometimes you have to be the first one to speak up so that other victims can feel comfortable to speak up too. Even if no one believes you, even if no one does anything, you still have to try. You still have to speak your truth. So I would say do it, like plan it, do it, and then whatever happens, happens. You can at least find some closure in knowing that you tried. Yeah, you just waited until he climbed up really high before he fell. That's a good way to put it. It's a good way to look at it. You risk the potential of exposing him and no one believes you, though, which could make you feel worse. I'm not saying don't do it, just be prepared for that outcome and know that you're doing it to speak your truth above all else. Yeah, absolutely. But the thing is like, if you do expose him and no one believes, it's like, it's no different from how it is right now. It's like no one's exposing him, no one believes that he's this type of person now, and so if you do that and it doesn't change anybody's mind, it's the same thing. But at least you were able to get your words out. Even if it doesn't affect him in any major ways, it will affect him in subtle ways, and those might start to accrue. It might mean that other people will feel more comfortable speaking up. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, maybe a year from now. Just be that snowflake that starts the avalanche. Allow it to start building up off of what you have done. Your sexual assaulters do not deserve to be protected by you. So don't protect them. Protect yourself. Find your truth. Speak your piece. There are people out there who are assaulted and just don't ever want to think about it or talk about it ever again. And that's how they cope with that, and I'm not going to tell them that that's wrong. I'm not going to tell them that they need to do anything if they don't feel like they can. But if it's still bothering you, maybe it's bothering you for a reason. What could that reason be? You feel like justice hasn't been served. Be the justice. Or be the force that encourages justice to happen. I try to live my best life as revenge. There you go. The best revenge is a life well lived. I'm in lo-fi and vibe mode. We've entered lo-fi and vibe mode. Vibing my ass off right now. You have a playlist on Spotify. The playlist I play from for this lo-fi is DMCA free lo-fi and chill beats. That's what I play. Hey bro, it's Emily. Oh my god, my sister's here? Hey. Hey Emily, hey Michelle, how's it going? You got here right towards the end, unfortunately. Everybody, my sister's here. Say hello. Sweaty. But I'm working up a sweat here today. Joe Beavis. I don't know if he's in here. I don't think he's in the room. I'd have to go find him. My parents messaged me today. It was just a totally normal message, like nothing has happened, and they have not been ignoring me for 3 weeks. I'm not even sure how to respond. Do you want to respond? Here's the thing, if you don't want to, you don't have to. You're currently living in a blue state and they're trying to get you to move to a shack in Oklahoma, and I don't think we would wish that on our worst enemy. It's like, hey, do you want to leave a state that has, you know, legalized recreational weed, that has, you know, protections for LGBT people, you know, that kind of stuff? Do you want to leave that and come to Oklahoma to live in a shack If you don't, we're never going to talk to you. We're going to be really mad at you. I do not really even want to respond, but I know that not responding will lead to more pretend confused messages. Okay, and? You don't have to respond to people in life unless you want to respond to them. I don't know who needed to hear that, but it's true. No response is a response. You're communicating to them that you don't want to talk to them. At least not right now. If I moved to Oklahoma, I wouldn't wish Oklahoma on my worst enemy. Oklahoma sucks. Not only was it the only state in the entire United States that voted unanimously red, they also have tornadoes. It's like, hey, come to Oklahoma. We've got terrible healthcare, terrible schools, terrible job prospects, and also a fuckload of tornadoes. They're not really selling you on the idea, are they? I'm 15 miles from the Oklahoma border. They can't drive either. You mean they tailgate you in their Dodge Rams? Because that's what I'm assuming most of them do. It has beautiful nature, but that's about it. Then go camping there. You don't have to live there. Then go camping. That's about it. The movie Twisters takes place in Oklahoma, but I don't even know if they filmed it in Oklahoma. now. That's just the mood right now. Just vibing. Ally McBeal. The only thing I remember about Ally McBeal is that they had a gender-neutral bathroom. And nobody had a problem with it then, but now it's a problem? We've gone backwards as a society. Yeah, I remember nothing about Ally McBeal except for the fact that they had a gender-neutral bathroom. Somehow that baby regulated my breathing. That's why we love the dancing baby emote, is because it's such a vibe. It's just like, that's just what I want to be. I just want to flow. You know what I mean? Alright everybody, you know where to find me. You can find me on YouTube, you can find me in the Discord. I'm gonna go find out what's for dinner. I'm gonna go finish making dog food. We wrapping up? Unless you got any last thoughts for me? Got any lingering questions? Any unsolved mysteries? Sorry we were late. Oh, just so you know, there's a no apologies policy here, and when you apologize, you get bonked. That's the rules. We can't pull out an exception for you. Hey, tips for OCD? Tips for OCD. OCD is an anxiety disorder, and the reason why we engage in those OCD type behaviors is to find a relief with the thoughts that we might be dealing with. And a lot of the tips that I would have for dealing with OCD are going to be specific to what your OCD behaviors are. What I would suggest is maybe finding some research or some literature that talks about different techniques, whether it be cognitive reframing, whether it be, whatever new healthy coping skills you're interested in practicing, and just picking one and seeing how it goes for you. Seeing, Does this feel helpful? And then just continue to practice those new healthy strategies, and your brain will rewire itself. Also, pausing and breathing, regulating your nervous system. It's a great way to reduce anxiety. A lot of our anxiety traits, whether it be OCD, ADHD, whatever it is we're struggling with related to our anxiety, a lot of it can be regulated by regulating our nervous system. And the easiest way to do that is to control your breathing. I've heard the saying that there's no such thing as cringe, in that it's okay to be cringe, but I can't help but see some things as cringe, like it gives me secondhand embarrassment. What are your thoughts on this? I'm glad you asked, because cringe does exist. It's actually a social tool. I actually have a whole presentation on cringe. I have slides on cringe. There it is. It's right here. It's right here. Why do we cringe? It's one of the ways that we learn socially. It's one of the ways that we apply empathy. We put ourselves into someone else's position and we say, I wouldn't do that. Or I couldn't see myself doing that. The thing about cringe is that it comes in different flavors. We have self-cringe. This is when we look back on the embarrassing things that we might have done, or the things that we were, and we're like, ooh, why was I wearing that? Why did I have my hair looking like that? Uh-oh. That's self-cringe. You also have secondhand embarrassment. That's another type of cringe. This is when we look at others who are in a potentially embarrassing situation and we feel embarrassed on their behalf. This is actually empathy. You're actually putting yourselves in their position and you are allowing yourself to try to feel what you think that they are feeling. The third flavor would be the judgmental superiority aspect of cringe. You see somebody else just enjoying their life, having a good time, maybe they like comic books or card games or whatever. I mean, I like those things too, don't get me wrong. I'm just using those as an example. But sometimes people will use cringe as a way of feeling superior to someone else, to make them feel like a better person. Say, oh, I can't like science fiction, I can't like card games, I can't like any of that stuff. That stuff's cringe. Why did I say that thing 15 years ago? So that it could keep you up at night today. That's why you did it. You said, 15 years from now, I want to regret this, so I'm going to say it. If I enjoy cringe comedy, does that mean I'm being a jerk? It depends. Is it secondhand embarrassment? Or is the person that you're laughing at also able to laugh at it? Or is it just you laughing at their misfortune? So the thing about cringe is that it's a way that we learn socially. It ties into the concept of social learning. Also, humans have a tendency to criticize others for being cringe while simultaneously justifying the ways in which they are cringe. Such as saying like, oh, the kids these days, they're just watching that brain rot. They don't know what real music is. We must all acknowledge and accept the fact that we are all cringeworthy at times. So it's okay to feel cringe when you see the My Hero Academia roleplayers? That depends. Are they just trying to have fun? If they're just trying to have fun and they're not hurting anybody, then you should feel bad for making fun of them, because that's what you're doing. Just because you wouldn't do it doesn't affect you at all. They're just trying to have fun in a way that brings them joy and doesn't hurt anybody. Let them have that. Life is hard. Don't tell anybody else that they should not enjoy something if it's harmless. This is something I hate about myself, and I think it might be because I myself am kind of cringy, so it feels nice to make fun of someone else. Hey, this isn't something that you have to hate. This is something that you can acknowledge that you're working on changing. Don't hate yourself. Hate the act. The physical sensation of cringe exists within us for a reason. It reinforces socially acceptable behaviors and it promotes feelings of empathy. It's important to remember and acknowledge why it is that you are cringing, though. If you're cringing at your own past bad choices, that's good. It means you're able to learn and grow and reflect on those things. But if you're cringing at other people for having harmless fun, that's kind of a dick move. Cringing is something that we do reflexively. And so for somebody to say that it doesn't exist, that's untrue. That's just not true. It is a reflexive action. You know, you see somebody walking down the street carrying a tray of coffees, and then they trip and fall and they spill coffee everywhere, and you go, ooh. It's a physical response because you're putting yourself in their position. You're putting yourself in, you're having empathy there. The reason why we do it is because we are capable of social learning. We're able to place ourselves into the position of somebody else and modify our behavior accordingly. We're able to learn by watching someone else do something. It's okay to cringe, just make sure you're doing it for the right reasons. It should be for self-improvement and growth. Let other people like what they like. If you're cringing at someone else because they're having harmless fun, consider that maybe you're acting like an asshole. The only thing we have to cringe is cringe itself. I rarely ever cringe at others because I know I wouldn't want to be cringed at. I mostly cringe at myself, and it's hard for me to control it. I want to be able to let myself off the hook like I do others. Well, have you learned? Have you grown? That's what it's all about. Have you changed the behaviors? You're in the process of learning how to let yourself off the hook. You're getting there. Just keep working on it. I need to stop cringing at others having fun just because I don't think I'd do it or like it doesn't mean I should shame them for it. Absolutely. Life sucks, okay? Life is fucking hard. And if people are doing something that's giving them harmless fun, let them have that, okay? Let them have it. Let them enjoy it. Don't be a fucking Grinch. Maybe if I get to know a furry, I can learn to love them and stop cringing. Well, there's Tirafan, but maybe find another one. I'm not going to say anything. Guys, I like Tirafan, okay? Tirafan's been subscribed here for a long time. And when you subscribe here for a long time, that means I like you. We need to be nicer to Tirafan. They just broke up with their Final Fantasy XIV boyfriend and they're taking it hard. I must not cringe. Cringe is the mind killer. Cringe is the little death that brings total obliteration. I will face my cringe. I will permit it to pass over me and through me. And when it has gone past, I will turn the inner eye to see its path. And where the cringe has gone, there will be nothing. Only I will remain. God, I love your art. Thank you. Thank you. Aw, shucks. Thank you. I respect Tirafan. They get a lot of shit for being a furry and they take it like a champ. And that's respectable. You know, I love it when somebody's unashamed to be who they are. As long as it's harmless fun. That's the whole point. If somebody's doing something and it is harmful, you should shame them for it. But if it's harmless fun, why do we need to shame them for it? Stop shaming people for having harmless fun and go out there and shame the people that deserve to be shamed. You know, go shame some racists. Go shame some sexual assaulters. You know, go shame the bigots. They need it. Go shame them. It gives middle school LOL. Right? It kind of is like a middle school behavior. It's just like, you're wearing a Batman shirt? Don't you know Batman's for kids? You're a kid. Oh my god, that's so cringe. Let's shame Florida. You know, I'm with you on that one. I'm with you on that one. Bugs Bunny really had the right idea. Bugs Bunny really had the right idea. Just cut it off. Just cut it off. Shaming Republicans didn't seem to work. Trump won. Yeah, that's because a lot of Republicans actually have shame fetishes. They actually like getting cucked. They actually like the feeling of shame. It turns them on, and so we have to find a different approach because shame clearly does not work for them. It just gets them hard. So we need to find an alternative. Like, how do you shame somebody with a cuck fetish? It's just gonna turn them on. You gotta find a different strategy. You gotta find an alternative. Florida is worse than Texas. In some ways, yes. In other ways, no. But we can't just cut Texas off because, I mean, we could give Texas back to Mexico. I would support giving Texas back to Mexico. Let them have it. You know, we took it from them. They can have it back. We don't need it anymore. Let them handle that failing power grid. You might not know this about me, but Bugs Bunny was actually one of my role models growing up. I do identify as a bit of a stinker. This is true. Hey, Carpe Pax, what's up, Raiders? You caught us right at the end. Appreciate the raid. Welcome in. But we're about to hit the old dusty trail. Said you're selling reduced price mental health. Got any extra? I'm fresh out today, actually. I just sold out. But we'll have more in stock on Tuesday. We'll get a fresh supply in on Tuesday. We're fresh out, though. I need to apply for partner again. I should probably do it today. I need to apply for partner again. Maybe I'll get partnered. If I get partnered, we're gonna have a fucking party. We're gonna have a fun stream, and I'm gonna talk about all the things that I want to talk about. I'm gonna be totally selfish. We're only a few subs away from that sub goal. Any last minute subbers? Video games too. I enjoyed watching you play Project Zomboid. I'm trying to do something behind the scenes. I'm trying to get, like, I want somebody in, like, Mike's community to set up a dedicated Project Zomboid server, and then we can stream on a different channel. We can do gaming. And then we'd have, like, a community zombie server. You know, we could have a bunch of people on there. We could start a little community. Okay. Thank you for gifting that sub. Thank you for gifting that sub. Let's go. Any matchers? Goobarts with the gifted sub. Thank you, Goobarts. We appreciate it. Thank you. Oh my god, that got us on a hype train. Oh my god, that's got us on a hype train. Hold on. Need some hype music. Cue the hype music. Cue the hype music. Alright. Sucks. I hate hype music that has words in it. We're on a hype train, chat. Professor Chud, thank you for the bit. This kid is just living his life, enjoying the grooves. I aspire to be this happy. You know, it's not that hard. You just gotta do what he's doing. Put on some music and dance to it. It really is that simple. Just put on some music and dance to it. Although this music sucks. Music sucks. I need better music. Oh, here we go. Now we're talking. Got a minute 40 left on that hype train. Is this hype train gonna leave the station or not? One of my mantras is dance like nobody's watching, and if they're watching, give them a show. This is actually me as a child. This is actually footage of me as a boy. You can tell by the sunglasses. 30 seconds left. We're so close. Can we keep it going? Or are we gonna snooze? Cat Dev with the subscription got us really close. 93%. tried. Thank you, Cat Div. Thank you for that subscription. We got so close. And you know what? We'll dance a little longer. You earned it. Alright, everybody. Alrighty, everybody. Have a great rest of your night. We'll be back on Tuesday. We'll be back on Tuesday. So until then, stay safe out there. Take good care of yourselves. Tuesday, we're doing the Holiday Survival Guide. We're doing Holiday Survival Guide next week. You're not going to want to miss it. We're going to talk about how you can make it through the holidays relatively unscathed. Get it? Relatively unscathed. Get it? Get it? Holiday Survival Guide next week. You're not going to want to miss it. But until then, stay safe out there. We'll see you next time. Until then, keep on keeping on. Bye. See you later, all you beautiful people.